Hey, what's happening, everybody? 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague here on Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday to you. How's everybody doing out there today?
Woo. I got a workout just trying to keep up last night.
Did a lot of thumb action last night. Your thumbs were getting a little
Did
little
not
intense.
have enough screens.
You needed more screens available for you.
Yeah, I had 3 working.
3 going at the same time, and that was not enough for Jason Swigart on a Thursday night.
No.
What had to go? What was on the chopping block?
Pilots Women was on the chopping block. I know that's just me, but that's
near and dear to your heart.
That's a personal thing, kind of like you maybe with the Winterhawks tonight.
Sure, yeah.
They
There's
start
a lot
their
going
playoff.
on. We'll see what else is on TV.
Kraken got bumped a few times.
Okay.
They're on the road in Florida.
So it's a little bit, it's at the same time as the Sweet 16
so
games.
So both those
right
Sweet 16 games are going on, and then obviously the Dodgers home opener and trophies and banners and pomp and circumstance. I had to soak it all up.
That's all important stuff. You got to see the opener after a World Series.
Absolutely.
Now, I did not end up seeing their hats. Did they have cool, gold hats? I didn't see any.
Yeah, I actually went on and I bought one.
Did you go buy one?
I did. I was like, those are really cool. They had gold bills.
Yeah, you always do. There's always something gold related in there.
Yeah, so they did the jerseys. But those were going to be like $300. I'm like,
Of course they are.
I can't justify that.
No. How many actual baseball jerseys do you have?
I just have the one Dodger.
Just the one Dodger?
Actually, no. I got a gift. Somebody got me. I got a batting practice National League jersey from the All-Star when it was in Seattle in 2001.
Oh, okay. Way back in the day.
So I have it just says National. It doesn't have anybody's number on it.
It just says Dodgers, says National League.
It just says National League. It was green. It was the forest green.
Okay.
It was the ones they wore for batting practice or whatever. They're actually not bad considering some of the really bad jerseys that have been around.
There's been some rough ones in All-Star games as of late.
So I have that.
They've jumped the shark a little bit.
I don't even have a Hops. I don't have an actual Hops jersey.
That's one thing that I want in my jersey because you get older, jerseys are hard to pull off. Like basketball jerseys.
Baseball jerseys and hockey sweaters still work.
Those are the easiest ones to wear.
Especially as you get older and things don't fit the way you would like
you get a little bit. You get a little bit wider.
You need some room.
I saw a funny
occasion.
meme the other day. It was basically like, all these years I thought my dryer was the problem of why my clothes don't fit. Turns out it was my refrigerator the entire time. I thought my clothes were just shrinking too much. No, I'm just getting a little bit too big. We're going the wrong direction here. Baseball jerseys are great for middle of the road, average older white guys. Like
you've got a sweet dad bod, which I'm working on these days.
And you don't have to button it all the way up. You can kind of leave some of the top buttons undone. It's a look that you can pull off.
Yeah, you can have if you need to have a t-shirt underneath, you can do that. But in the summertime when it's warm,
when it's hot out, you just let the chest hair fly.
Exactly.
Let your man meat get a little loose, get a little sunshine out there.
Yeah. Now I don't wear necklaces or chains.
You're not a chain guy?
No.
We need you with a chain. Let's get Jason Swigart a chain. I think you would look pretty good. How's your chest hair situation? We got a lot going on.
I don't have a lot going on.
Yeah, just a little. You got
there's a little bit. I'm not Sprague.
Okay, you're not hairless. You're not.
No,
you're not a hair.
I'm not that.
Mr. Bigglesworth.
And it is blondish. My body hair is more blondish,
so you can't really see it when in some situations it's not dark. It doesn't stand out. Yeah, it's a little tough. So maybe it does look. I think the chain helps a little bit when you get a little bit of chest hair up there.
Now, if I do a chain, do I need something? Do I need a medallion? Do I need something on there?
I think you should go. You guys are a crest family, are you not? Don't you know your family crest? Haven't we talked about that?
We did.
Squirrels and nuts, and wasn't that the situation?
Do I need a diamond-crusted squirrel on there?
I think that would be pretty cool. Or just like a pair of nuts, like hanging.
A couple of acorns.
A couple of acorns right there. And nobody would really quite get it, but you would know the inside joke. Hey, that's our family crest, man. We got nuts in our crest, all right? Yeah, I need to get some more baseball jerseys in my life. I learned that on opening day. I have the one Giants jersey, but it's not like it's kind of the old school, and it just has the couple of buttons at the top. It doesn't have the buttons all the way down. I want the one I like the ability to wear it casual. If you want to unbutton the entire thing too,
that's my old
kind of wear it loosey-goosey.
Yeah, so the one I was wearing yesterday, that's Russell Athletic. That's how old it is.
Russell Athletic.
Yeah.
Do they still exist? Is Russell Athletic still a thing?
Know.
Are they still in operation, or are they closed down shop?
I don't know if they're... They
Although
folded
we
up
had
and
that.
got acquired by somebody.
Who was it Fila in the Olympics that was randomly
Yeah.
sponsoring people? And I'm
Fila's
Fila's still there. How about
Fila's
that?
still there. They're actually, if you watch, as I am on, this is on Swag Island.
Yes.
Watching
over on,
tennis.
Yes, over on
you
your
will
island.
see certain tennis players from other parts of the world that are sponsored by Fila.
So has it become a bigger thing outside of the United States than it is inside the
I
United
don't know
States?
if it's bigger.
Yeah, just
I think it's just still there.
a lot of our big tennis players, I'd imagine, are Nike sponsored. That's the big kahuna still.
Yeah. Well, Coco Gauff is New Balance.
Okay, New Balance is making a nice
So they're
little headway.
making
New Balance has a lot of good athletes right now.
Yeah, they've been very selective.
They're cutting through.
Cooper Flagg now is with them.
Yeah.
They have 4 or 5 basketball players. Otani's with New Balance.
That was a big fish to get. That's that international market that you want. That's going to bring you a lot of money.
Exactly.
You're selling a lot. Did you see the opening day ad, the Japanese opening day ad that they put out?
No, I missed that.
Oh my God. It was one of those like Major League Baseball and Japan baseball. I don't know who was the actual author behind it, but it was their trailer for opening day. And I didn't understand a damn word. It was kind of like the Bad Bunny halftime show. I didn't know a word, but I'm dancing like, I'm kind of vibing.
Yeah.
This feels good. So the commercial is obviously all in Japanese, but it was like you understood everything that was going on. And the way that they spun it was so brilliant because over there, we're obviously, for the most part, like last night I had the Mariner game. I can't watch them, but I was curious how their opening night game was going to go.
Right.
It's like 9:30 at night, and it's still the bottom of the 8th inning, and I'm like, all right, I'm not even watching the game, so I'm probably going to go to bed.
I caught the end of it after.
So you see the end of the game, but they end late, right? But over in Japan, our Major League Baseball slate is all
in the morning.
First thing in the morning.
Right.
And so it was essentially following all these different people around Japan and their early morning jobs.
Gotcha.
And them watching baseball and looking. The first thing they wake up, they look at the scores and see what times the game start. Brilliantly done. The sport is massive over there. It's one of those like, all right, I didn't understand a single word that was said, but I understood the exact message that you were trying to get across. It was really well done. We have a lot to get to. I will start the opening rant of the show today.
Oh.
It is a Fast Break Friday. It's a Flop Shot Friday. For me, it's a flip-flop Friday, although
that's true.
Better in theory than it was walking out of my door this morning.
It's a full-on fastball Friday again,
It is a full-on fastball Friday.
Especially for the White Sox.
There's maybe a football thing or two in the notes, too, so whatever. It can always be a football Friday as well. Lots of things to rant about. We'll get to everything that happened in the sports world. We'll start in baseball here in a little bit. Yeah. But whose dumb idea is it to decide we wait all week for the Sweet 16 to begin? Right, you got this 3-day layoff. Everybody's eating. Okay, here we go.
We're on the West Coast.
Why are the games so closely scheduled together? For the life of me, it does not make any sense of why you couldn't just move one game 15 minutes either direction. Start the first game 15 minutes earlier or start the second game 15 minutes later because they were essential. That first stretch was both those games were great, and we'll get to them today.
Yeah.
They ended almost at identical times.
Well, they actually started 25 minutes apart.
So let's stretch it out a little bit more because game paces can go different of like.
No, I understand that.
Like them
but
ending,
I want you to know, it's not like they started 10 minutes apart.
It wasn't as bad.
It was 25 minutes apart.
I think the nightcap was a little bit closer together, but those games
that's because the one game, the Purdue game, went long.
Right. It took forever to actually finish.
The Purdue game started first, and they didn't call their first timeout.
Oh, they were playing.
Until like 11 minutes. Yeah. They had to take like 3 timeouts in a row to get caught up.
This has been nonstop action, which isn't a bad problem to have right out of the gate. I just was thinking to myself, how would you like? Can we not let that happen? Like the whole point of getting to the Sweet 16 is being able to have standalone games.
And I don't know why the games in the West region started before the games in the Houston region.
Explain that one to me.
That one I don't understand.
Because it was San Jose and Houston, right? Yesterday were the two locations.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
I don't know what we're doing. Why can't we start a game at 3:45, 6:45?
Yes. All day long. Schedule them all day.
I mean, unless there's something.
It's spring break for a lot of people. We do it last Thursday, Friday. Everybody finds a way to watch the games at work. You have phones, you have tablets, you have computers.
The only possible concern you would have is for that local particular market, understanding when people who have tickets are going to get. But I would say this isn't this isn't a regular season game for a team where a lot of people are coming just from the local market, coming from work. These are most of the people that are coming have flown there to go to this particular event.
Right, you're on
Start
vacation.
it whenever the hell you want.
They're all in town.
So
Not
why
many
the
people
first
are from
game
there.
can't start at 3:30 or 3:45?
Wait around all day. And I know we're different because we're off work early, so you're just kind of waiting. And I watched a lot of baseball yesterday until the game started.
I mean, that was glorious.
Like, what are we doing here?
But yeah.
These games are ending at identical
today's the
times.
East and the Midwest, and I need to look at where the venues actually
what are the actual host cities for today? Why don't we ever get the Sweet 16 Elite 8? Every time we get the tournament, it's always the first 4 days.
We're going to get...
Are we actually getting one later, a Sweet 16 Elite 8? Like a
we're
regional
getting a
final?
women's Final Four.
I know we're getting a women's Final Four.
That's a big damn deal.
That's huge.
I think we're getting a West Regional, too, for the men at some point.
That'd be awesome. We should.
But I don't remember...
We've been a great tournament site forever. Our crowds were great last
crowds
week, man.
Are great.
They were awesome for all 4
and the later
2 days.
you can come in March, the better here.
Yes, the cherry blossoms are going. The weather's perfect now.
Yeah, this weekend would be
This weekend would be, if you're in Portland this weekend.
So we are in Washington, D.C. and Chicago.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a gripe I had because I love those games were great. It was a lot of fun. It was a great sports day yesterday. Lots going on. And just having those games end, we have the ability to do it now, so it's a very first world problem thing to complain about. The idea of having all of this
especially
layoff
on a Thursday. I understand this is Friday night, so if you want to go late.
Yeah, you want to schedule a little bit later. I'm okay with that on a Friday night.
So the last game is Tennessee-Iowa State. That one's in Chicago. It is scheduled for 7:10 p.m. Pacific, which would be 9:10 p.m. local time.
Okay.
In Chicago. On a Friday night. And that's assuming the first game ends,
at a reasonable time.
At its scheduled
and doesn't
time.
take a long time to actually finish.
We don't have 72 video reviews or
I will say one of the best strengths of college basketball, sometimes sporting events can drag on a little too long. College basketball is in a nice little tight window. It doesn't you usually kind of know in a general framework when the game begins and when the game's going to end.
You're looking at a 2-hour window for women because they play quarters and have one less timeout, and they tend to get through it a little quicker.
A little bit more pace there.
It's closer to an hour 50, and for men, it's closer to like 2:10.
2:10, which is fine. You give me a little over 2 hours, no issues with that whatsoever. You get into the 3-hour territory, now you got to get me to really care about this sporting event. So that's another positive. But that's my gripe of the opening show. What are we doing here? Can we just move them a little bit, have them standalone games? That way, if they're great, we can all enjoy them in their moment and not be back and forth between the two games.
I don't know if it's CBS doesn't want to break into local news time or...
Can't miss out on your news time, man. There's a lot going on in the world right now. And we won't talk about any of that today because it is a flip-flop Friday, baby.
That's right.
And as one listener said, good Friday morning, everyone. Dirt's pre-Hawaii mail-it-in show. I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm focused.
But I thought you were leaving like either this evening
or
we
don't leave till Monday. Morning. I did that on purpose to give myself a buffer, and it's cheaper to fly on Monday than it is on Saturday. And so
I thought you were like leaving right away. Like I'm literally at 1 foot out the door.
I like giving myself. I know how long and stressful the week can be. That if you are taking an extended vacation, we haven't done a week-long trip in a long time. So very excited to go to Hawaii next week, but. I need the couple of days over the weekend to get ready to go. I need some time. Wife's off work. Like we haven't packed anything yet, so it'll be a lot of getting things done on the to-do list before we go.
What's the practice with Teddy ball game? Like
getting him ready to fly, you
mean?
We
like, have we like gone, have we,
we're communicating with him that he will be flying, but I don't know if he comprehends what the hell we're talking about. We pointed airplanes in the sky to try and get him ready.
I didn't know if you'd like take him down to the airport go.
Oh, no, we haven't done that yet. Go walk around a little bit
in there and people wandering around, go eat or something at one of the little.
Go pop into a restaurant.
Something like that.
We have not done that. No. Any advice you got on flying with 2-year-olds? Welcome to have it. Also, I'm terrified of that first day in Hawaii, what time his internal clock's going to go off, because there's a bit of a time difference, and it's going to be an early morning.
You're going 3 hours backwards, my friend.
Right. So that's 7
a.m.
So the
nice thing about Hawaii is, because sunset is pretty... It doesn't fluctuate a lot.
No, it's a pretty normal time.
Once the sun goes down, it turns like pitch black very quickly.
Yes. So going to bed shouldn't be an issue.
So going to bed at 7:30 in the evening.
Totally fine.
probably not a big deal for you guys because you're already sort of on that clock anyway. That'll be 10:30 local time.
It's going to be a lot of early bedtimes and a lot of early alarms, which is fine because early bird gets warm. We get out before everybody.
Stay up.
Yes,
when you first get there
as
until
possible.
Yeah,
we'll see if we can do that. It's gonna be fun.
I hope you take him to a luau. I really hope you can find a luau.
Get him out there with the luau dancers.
Did you get him a little aloha shirt?
We have not. We bought him like a semi kind of Hawaiian shirt, button down shirt.
You get one when you're over there.
We'll get one when we're over there. Yeah. Well, it'll be fun. I can't wait. He's excited.
Is Michelle go for? Because they have the ones that it's like the whole family matches.
We do not have those. Thankfully, we're not quite that family. Over my dead body would we be that family, but so
I think
far
you're losing that argument when you're over there.
Oh, I'm not. This is she's not awake. I'll say this on the air argument because if she's listening, if she bought them, I would have to wear them. But for the love of God, please don't do that. I don't want to be that family walking around.
Because if convinced
with the same
you guys
t-shirts.
go to a luau,
everybody's got the same Hawaiian shirt
I can
on.
see her going, "Oh, look at this!" Because it's the little
Wish I wasn't wearing this
the
stupid
little
shirt.
kimono or sarong for her. You get the aloha shirt. He's got the matching one.
One of my parents still have a picture up in their house of me. I was older than Teddy is right now, but I want to say I was probably 6 or 7. I was pretty young, and we were in Hawaii, and we went to a luau, and I took a picture next to 2 of the dancers with the coconuts on.
The coconuts, yeah.
And every time I'm at their house, I love looking at that picture because I'm just ear to ear grinning. This is great.
That's when your parents knew. All right.
All right.
We got some extra work.
I think we know what team he's on. This is fun. Can I do this again, Dad? So lots to get to on the show today. Happy Friday, everybody. Traffic was light today, so a lot of people probably not working, enjoying their last day of spring break. I got one more to get through, and then jumping on a bird next week. Excited about that. Sprague will be back next week. Now, is he off on Monday?
Yeah, we got Joe
Monday's
and Rashad on Monday filling in.
And then Sprague will be back Tuesday.
And then Sprague will be back Tuesday.
And then everybody the week after that will be back together.
And then the week after for Masters Week, final week of the NBA regular season.
Yeah, so it'll be a big week. There's a lot going on that
the Blazers are officially, because everybody below them is officially mathematically eliminated, they're in a play-in game.
They're in. And we got Cooper Flagg in town tonight, so we got that going for us. That'll be kind of fun to watch. Anyways, we went a little long here. Let's get to a lot of stuff in the notes today. NCAA tournament. I got Adam Silver audio on a massive week ahead next week for the Blazers. We'll talk about that a little bit, play you what he had to say. Let's start, though. Opening day was yesterday. Some takeaways, some fun with audio, some historic moments. Despite how long baseball is being played, somehow history's still being made. We'll open there next. Thanks for being with us on a Friday. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM The Fan. All right, welcome back in. Lost in the distraction of the opening segment, talking about jerseys and chest hair and flying and flip-flops. Happy Friday to our Beaver fans out there.
Yeah.
You got your wish yesterday. We will talk about that today. I promise. That is the notes. Out of left field, I wasn't expecting it to happen
we knew it was coming. Didn't
I didn't know if it was going to be that soon.
It was going to be this soon.
There it was. So you got Scott Barnes is out at Oregon State.
Stepping aside, but not completely off the stage right away.
Right. He's going to hang around for a little bit. Might as well keep collecting paychecks as long as they're willing to let you. They're going to pay you. That's probably his strategy right now. But I know a very happy day for a lot of Oregon State fans, so we will talk about that. That broke yesterday afternoon. Did we watch a lot of baseball yesterday for opening day?
A lot of baseball.
I watched a lot of the afternoon slate. We had Skeens right after we got off the air. Didn't get out of the first inning.
No, he had a rough go.
Not all his fault.
And all of the WBC critics are going to chime in.
This is a little ridiculous. Now, it wasn't all his fault, to be fair. He should have had 2 routine fly balls in center field.
Yeah, his defense did not help him out.
That they couldn't catch, and then they were like, all right, that's 37 pitches. We got a long ways to go this year. Get the hell out of here. And so they took him out. That'll be one of those like oddities of how many starts in Paul Skeens' career does he not get out of the first inning? Because I imagine that's the first time that's happened in his career. He's been dominant, and his ERA is like sub-2.
It's sub-2.
So I would be shocked if that's ever happened before.
Every once in a while, just
again.
Goofy stuff happens in baseball.
Yeah, sometimes you just have a bad inning, right, where you could get a guy who keeps hitting ground balls, but it's like 4 inches away from the. If it's 2 feet to the left,
maybe he hits a guy. There's an error all of a sudden, and then
that was pretty
shocking. Somebody
shocking.
catches a fastball and it's 3-0. You're like,
what the hell just happened?
Doing?
That was one swing, and all of a sudden we're down 3-0.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a shocking way to start the day. NBC's production was really good though, as they jumped into their first day of baseball coverage. It was interesting to see Matt Vasgersian fly. He was in San Francisco calling the opener on Thursday night, and then jumped on a bird and was there for a 1:00 first pitch at Citi Field. Guy's flying overnight, calling another game.
Right there.
Matty V was out there on both coasts yesterday.
Because I kept hearing, I was like, wait, he was just doing it. Is that really him? Right. Is he in a studio? No, he can't be in a studio.
No, put him on a plane, get him to New York. He's the NBC, or one of the NBC guys. And so he was there too.
Now, I'm not sure Benetti is brilliant and fantastic, and Sunday night's going to be absolutely wonderful.
Now, did he call? I didn't see much of the Dodger game because the tournament was going on. Did he call that Dodger game? Benetti was there? Okay, what's the review?
He's awesome.
Yeah,
Costas being there was great to set the whole scene.
He's kind of the intro guy. Is he a bit of the... Okay.
Yeah, he's doing his thing, and it was brilliant. Now, I don't know if this is the permanent guys, if it's really going to be Oral and Luis Gonzalez, or...
Oh, that was the 3-man booth. Oral Hershiser and
now,
Luis Gonzalez.
Now, they had Kershaw positioned right next to the dugout, and he was kind of there, too.
He's jumping right into broadcasting, huh?
There was a little overkill. I think he was just... But I don't know if this is going to be, they're the permanent guys.
Or if that was a one-off for the Dodger
or if
Diamondback
they're going to utilize, because obviously the local TV broadcast Sunday night's an exclusive thing, so are they just going to use the local guys?
It's actually not a bad call.
Which would be kind of nice. Benetti's there, Costas is there.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea, because I think one of the hard things when you get the...
Because obviously those guys, Oral and Luis Gonzalez are with the teams. They know those teams inside and out.
There's nothing worse than getting the national guy who doesn't know what they're talking about.
And they fly, they usually come in Saturday. They try to talk to the media guys. They talk to a couple people they know, former players or coaches or whatever.
Yeah, you do the best you can, but it's not the same as your guy who's watching the team day in and day out, who knows what this relief pitcher did last Wednesday in the 6th inning.
It got to be a little much at times with all the people. Benetti was great making sure, trying to keep everybody involved and keeping different conversations going on.
Good point guard, traffic cop role.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I'll be curious to see. Production-wise, it was good until the very end. Their feed cut out.
I saw that right after the game.
Right after the game.
Yeah, that I did see yesterday.
That was about.
That was a little strange. Somebody unplugged something at the wrong time. Oopsies.
But yeah.
Plug that thing back in.
But no, Sunday night should be great. They'll be on Peacock until they're done doing NBA Sunday night stuff.
Yep. So you got to watch them there. It was fun to have the actual games though on NBC. Like kudos to NBC for doing that.
Yeah.
When instead of a lot of companies will buy that property and then immediately shove it to their streaming platform to try and drive people there.
Yeah.
Put it on NBC. It's opening day.
They're back.
Let people watch games. All right. I get the Sunday night thing for a while because the NBA games going on. Yeah. Opening day should be on NBC. So I'm glad that they at least did that.
Yeah, it was great. Costas was kind of recapped NBC NBC's, like they broadcast the first ever baseball game ever, the first World Series. Like, and when I grew up, it was
NBC was the
NBC game of the week on Saturdays.
Yeah. Was it Al Michaels doing the game? Who was doing those games?
No. It was a lot of times it was Scully and Joe Garagiola.
That's a good crew.
They had Tony Kubek was doing some stuff. Kurt Gowdy did some games. Way back in the day, it was Mel Allen and Red Barber.
Yeah,
like
Red Barber. That's a great throwback.
But when I grew up, it was Scully and Joe Garagiola.
That's the dream right there. There was a lot going on yesterday. We had our first full day of the ABS Challenge system. The numbers are in. Overall, 19 of 30 successful challenges on opening day. 19 of 30.
Not good for the umps.
Not good for the umps. It was interesting to see the breakdown. So, site put the
pitchers versus
pitchers, catchers, and hitters. To the surprise of nobody, the most successful challengers were the catchers. They're right there. They were 10 of 14 yesterday.
Yeah.
There was only one pitcher. I don't know who it was, but there's only one pitcher who attempted a challenge after a pitch. 0 for 1.
Yeah.
That's got to make the umpire feel good when that guy starts chirping and he's like, yeah, you're all the way up there. You can't tell whether that was a ball or strike. And hitters were 9 of 15. Okay. So not terrible, a little over 50%. And catchers were 10 of 14. That was something I was curious to watch yesterday of just the strategy. Like, when I was watching the Baltimore game because I was wanting to see if we were going to get our home run bet to
There were far
cash.
less than I thought there. I think everybody is.
Well, I think part of it is like, when do you want to use? Like, do you want to use? Like, there's a lot of pitches that you could challenge, but are you willing to risk it in the first inning with nobody
early in the game? Because you only have 2, and you got to keep them. And
just in case you whiff, like that's one you lose out of your pocket for the 7th inning.
Once we get a month into the season,
they'll have a better feel for it.
You got a batter who's in an 0 for 17 slump.
Yeah.
And he's got a question. He's like, I need a walk.
I need some help here, guys. Can you get me on base, please? Challenge system, help me out. Because I was watching the Baltimore game to see if our guy Tyler O'Neill hit a home run, which he did not. The streak came to an end right when we tell you to go gamble it, of course, 6 years in a row, and then we're like, hey, go gamble it, and then it doesn't happen. So thanks for that, Tyler O'Neill. But I was watching that game because there was the hitter before him in the lineup.
Was a good game.
It was a good game. 2-1. It was the final. The hitter before him was up in the lineup, and there was 2 outs in the inning. So I'm like, come on, get on base. Let me get one more O'Neill at bat here. And he struck out looking on a backdoor curveball and immediately tapped his helmet. And the Twins all ran off the field. And it's like, that's a strike, buddy. We all saw that was a strike. It wrapped around the side of the plate, and it was one of the quicker challenges. But it was pretty early in the game.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if he was going to get a chewing out of like, dude, 3rd inning, nobody on, 2 outs. Yeah. And it was like a 1-2 count. So what, you're just saving a 2-2 count, and we're blowing a challenge here?
Edwin Rutschman had a nice game. Everybody expecting him to have a nice bounce-back season.
He needs to have a good year this year.
And that
was cool to see.
That crew's one of the, if you saw the Orioles broadcast.
I was watching the Orioles feed.
It's fun to go around. Like, baseball's one where if I want to watch random games, knowing who's on those crews does make a difference.
Yes.
Like the Phillies, we'll get to some Kruk later.
Oh, yeah.
With him and Dave O'Brien.
You want to get oiled up this morning?
But Kevin Brown and Jim Palmer, who's unbelievable at 75 years old, and then Ben McDonald, who's his own world. Straight out of Cajun country.
Yes, he is.
So they're great. The Padres guys are great.
Yeah, I flipped on that game for a little bit. They were playing the Tigers. I watched a little bit of that game.
That didn't go well for
the Padres. Did not go well for that. It was 4-0 by the time I even got there, and it got worse from there. So it's fun. It's fun opening day of Major League Baseball. Hope everybody enjoyed watching their teams play. Unless your teams didn't play, then you get to finally have an opening day today.
Or your team's the White Sox.
Or your team's the White Sox, and we will get to them. I also saw my team, who played on Wednesday night, sent out a thing listing Robbie Ray as their opening day starter. We're so excited. Opening day.
So is opening day different from opening night? Opening night is its own thing?
I think their classification internally is that they called it opening night then opening day, but everybody made the same joke of, you got beat so bad you forgot, you just acting like you didn't play. Hey, opening day. Robbie Ray's on the hill.
Clean.
Come on out to opening day today.
They're being goldfish.
That's what you got to be. That's what Ted Lasso taught us. One team made history. The M's got off to a rough start, but got some nice surprises along the way, some other oddities, and some fun with audio. A little more on opening day of Major League Baseball. That's next. But first, here's Swag with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, after hiring new head football and men's basketball coaches this past winter, Scott Barnes announced Tuesday he will retire from his athletic director post at Oregon State on August 31st. Now, he will stay on for another year as a senior athletic advisor, assisting in the transition to the newly reinvented Pac-12. Iowa finished their Sweet 16 game on a 12-6 run. They knocked Nebraska out of the tournament 77-71. They will face third-seeded Illinois in the South Regional Final on Saturday after the Illini suffocated the Houston Cougars 65-55. In the West, Purdue's tip-in the final second ended Texas's run 79-77. It sets up a showdown with top seed Arizona as the Wildcats hammered Arkansas 109-88. Today, it's the East and Midwest regions in action. We start with the top seed Duke and fifth-seeded St. John's 4:10 on Coin 6. 4:35 on TBS, one-seed Michigan facing fourth-seed Alabama. 6:45 on Coin 6, UConn and Michigan State will lock horns. At 7:10 on TBS, sixth-seeded Tennessee versus second-seeded Iowa State. Blazers homestand continues tonight, 7 o'clock against the Dallas Mavericks on KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland 10.5-point favorites. They begin the night a half game behind the Clippers in the race for the 8th spot in the West. LA visits the Pacers today at 4:10. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for
Well, maybe you're bummed as a baseball fan. Like, hey, Mariner fans, that's a tough way to lose on opening day. Although you had some nice moments. Donovan hit the first leadoff home run in a opening day in Mariners history.
Starting third baseman, by the way. Thank you.
Put a dome on it.
Shut up, Mariner fan.
That was
by the way, Teoscar hit 7th for us. Thank you.
It's cheating. Yeah, you're not the evil umpire, though, Swag. Yeah, you're just a little engine that could.
Yep.
He's that homegrown Teoscar Hernandez.
That's
You
right.
Developed him all yourself through the minor leagues, brought him up.
We did that with Pajes.
Yeah.
He's
Sure.
batting 8th.
Yeah. It's nice to have guys like that hit 8th with no pressure.
Who's your number 8 hitter? Seattle?
Never heard of him before. Most teams don't even know who their 8 hitter is because he's hitting $115. He's going to be back at AA by the time the next month is over. Yours is a damn all-star. I digress. It could be bad. Maybe your team lost. Mine lost 7-0. A lot of teams lost yesterday.
Yeah.
But at least it's not as bad as what happened to the Chicago White Sox. The Chicago White Sox are just in a pit of hell, and they have been for quite some time. They've gone into the tank mode. And
Is Reinsdorf holding on to that thing with a death
I don't know
grip,
why he
vice?
even owns it anymore. I don't get what the point is. It doesn't make any sense. They've been terrible for a long time.
Commissioner Rob.
Don't
it's
care
time
about
to
winning.
Step in behind the scenes and figure something out.
Look, I'm sure there's one White Sox fan or person from Chicago that will get upset with this statement too. It's incredibly stupid that cities have, or that you can have 2 teams in one city. It's dumb. I know that Chicago's big. I know that the White Sox have been there a long time.
No, I understand.
It's absolutely
well, you used to have
ludicrous.
Well, the American League and the National League at one point were separate.
Yes, I get that.
It was a
I don't
separate
care.
deal.
You can go be fans of the Cubs. The Cubs are Chicago's team. They will always be Chicago's team, and the White Sox should not exist. Move them out of that city. They need a new ballpark anyways. They've been relevant for like 5 years of my entire life. They're owned by a terrible owner. Get them out of there. I digress. Anyways, they played the Brewers yesterday. They lost 14-2.
Yeah.
And the funny part is, I don't know if it was a solo shot or a 2-run shot, but they hit a home run late in the game to make it.
They hit like a leadoff home run.
Oh, was it a leadoff homer? Okay.
And then they hit a home run in the ninth inning.
Down 14-1.
2 solo home runs, and that was it.
The Chicago White Sox yesterday. I always love this when we've been playing baseball for 8,000 years, and you still get something happening for the first time. It's kind of funny. The White Sox are the only team in Major League Baseball history to have a game where the offense struck out 20-plus times, got 4 or fewer hits, and the pitching staff issued 10-plus walks. That was the Chicago White Sox opening day. Come on down.
We'll hear from them later.
Does hope spring eternal, or is that officially dead? You're done, right?
I think they're officially
You quit
eliminated.
after one game. You're just, nope, that's it. I'm not watching another game. I'm not doing it. So that was the opener for the Chicago White Sox.
You got the Royals that are up and coming. The Guardians are solid, as we saw.
Guardians are good, yeah.
And Detroit could be a juggernaut.
They could be really good. They looked great yesterday in San Diego.
I think the White Sox were officially eliminated on opening day.
They had 31 at-bats as a team. They struck out 20 times. For fun context, Tony Gwynn in 1995 had 535 at-bats, and he struck out 15 times.
Exactly.
15 times.
Yeah.
535. The White Sox opening day, 31 at-bats, 20 strikeouts. Your season is over. You have been eliminated from the playoffs. The Phillies had something happen. Their closer came in. Saver, that'd be a fun word. Their closer came in. These randoms. He came in yesterday. Is it Duran? Is that Duran? Duran. I always forget how to say his last name.
I think it's Duran.
Duran. Okay.
I was actually watching this.
Okay, he became the first Philly to ever record a save at home on opening day. The Phillies are one of the longest tenured franchises.
Yeah, they've been around for at least a century.
That's one of those stats you're just like, how has that never happened before?
Well, he had to clean up a former Hops mess. Kyle Backus was a former Hops reliever.
Loaded a little mess on the bases yesterday.
I can't. Kyle had struggles here in Hillsborough, too.
Struck finding strike zone. It's following him to the big leagues.
At times.
Is that what you're telling me? Also in the Philly game, we got this. One of the best parts about baseball, and you pointed to this in the last
Dave
segment.
O'Brien and John Crocker.
Phenomenal crew.
Or is that...
It's not Dave O'Brien.
It's Tom McCarthy.
Tom McCarthy.
Dave O'Brien's with the Red Sox.
Tom McCarthy, you'll know the voice. He does national CBS NFL games.
He did some tournament games.
And this happened in their game yesterday, and he's the gift that keeps on giving.
I'd like to see him and Garcia on a oiled up and flexing after a good workout.
Garcia might have him this year.
Boy, he's a big man.
So we're talking about O'Neal because I was
Yes.
watching the game.
Did you see this live when it happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they were talking about O'Neal's streak of home runs on opening day had come to an end.
Yes. He's a buff dude. He's svelte.
Aroldis Garcia was there at
Yes.
the plate, and and
Let's
Kruk
get a
was
flex
just
off.
being Kruk.
I think we need the end of that with the he's a big boy. That needs to be it. He's a big boy. Yeah. So John Kruk, the gift that keeps on giving. The Mariners lost on opening day, but Brandon Donovan hit the first leadoff home run on opening day in Mariners history. They gave up a solo shot at the top of the first. He came up, led off the game, hit a solo shot to open the game. So they fell to 0-1, but some oddities around baseball. I know the everyday watching stuff will fade eventually, and I'm not going to be as in tune to everything else going on, and I'm mostly just going to follow my team as long as they give me a reason to follow. It was really fun yesterday. It was a nice day out, had some windows open, get home. Little guy was taking a nap, just watching baseball in the middle of the
Having
day.
it on.
It was perfect,
We need more
man.
day games.
Yes, we do. Give me more day games. It should be every day we're playing day games. Night games are way too late. Get kids out of school, especially on spring breaks and stuff, for holidays, whatever. Like, more day games are great. So, baseball, welcome back into our lives. We missed you dearly. There is only one Iceman, and one Iceman only. And the Iceman
I want to
will not let this stand.
Caleb Williams, and he keeps doing dumb
Over my dead
like
body.
this.
It's not going to happen. The
This
Iceman
is in
speaks.
my
We'll let you go off on the Iceman next on The Fan. It was not a fever dream yesterday, Beaver fans. The news was real. We'll get to that coming up top of the hour. He is gone. Well, kind of. And soon. Not fully yet. Still be involved, but title's gone. We'll get to that coming up 12 minutes from now. Sometimes you see stories. One, I had no idea this was even a thing. And then two, I thought of one person and one person only when I saw this news story, and that was my esteemed producer, Jason Swigard. And so we'll go ahead and start with a trivia question to open this segment. Okay, Swag?
Yes.
Who is the Iceman?
There's one and only Iceman. It is George. I can still finger roll Gervin. I still see the posters. One of the
still
great,
see it, the finger roll posters.
Well, in one of the all-time great Nike posters, when posters, you had the Sports Illustrated ones. Nike did great posters back in the 80s. And there was him.
Is the poster still a thing?
I don't think it's a thing. Now it's.
Do kids put posters on their wall like we used to? I mean, we were generations, but I was the same way.
You got screenshots or, stuff you can do on your phone, digital sort of thing.
They hang NFTs on their walls.
But, man, the poster was all the rage back in the day.
His finger roll had to have been one of the cooler posters.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just.
Well, there was him, and it was sitting on a throne made of, now I'm sure it wasn't real ice, but it looked like block ice.
That's a badass poster.
With basketballs sitting here. He had massive hands.
Huge hands. You have to be a good finger roll guy, right? I think you gotta have big mitts. That helps.
You want to talk about somebody that could fill it up on any given night?
One of the all-time great players.
Old Spurs teams, when he was there, Artis Gilmore was their center, who was one of the nastiest dudes.
From 1977
he
until
started in the
1984.
ABA.
Yeah, from just the run of the Spurs in the NBA. 1977 to 1984, he averaged 27, 29, 33, 27, 32, 26, 26.
He was the Iceman.
He was the Iceman. He was first-team All-NBA for almost a decade consecutively, top 5 in MVP voting in almost every single year. And a guy who was obviously significantly before my time, but I know of and have heard of and have seen pictures of and know the nickname
If you want to go look at old games, YouTubes and stuff.
One of the most recognizable nicknames I think that is out there in the NBA. That when you say it, it's just
so much fun.
Well, this comes out of left field yesterday because I didn't even know the other player was called that or trying to be called that.
I never heard him called that.
And then in the modern world of business, what do? You go to the trademarking avenue and you say, this is now my nickname and I own it. Evidently, Caleb Williams of the Chicago Bears is calling himself, or people are calling him, the Iceman. And he is attempting to trademark the nickname, to which the original Iceman responded and said, I've got nothing but respect for him.
Yeah.
He's already proven greatness. And where does this go? I lost it. And his potential upside is great, like an Iceman. But that name is taken. All I'm saying is, young fella, we already got one Iceman, which is the perfect response out of all this. And somebody texted in and said Chuck Liddell and UFC.
He's actually put in a. Yeah.
It's different if people are just calling you that as opposed to filing for a trademark.
That's different.
For the nickname. Yeah. I also just don't quite understand.
I think the proper thing to do in the trademark office is to not let anybody have it at this point.
Yeah. Does George not? I mean, I assumed he would have had it. Maybe he just never thought about it.
They never thought about trademarking.
Nobody else has called themselves or trademarked the nickname in the last handful of years.
He does stuff, but at this point, nobody gets it.
It's one thing to want people to call you that or to have people call you that. Whatever, dude. If Bears fans want to call him, I'm not calling you Iceman, Caleb Williams, but if Bears fans want to call you that, that's fine. If UFC fans, I don't know if Chuck Liddell is still around or doing anything. I don't watch UFC, but if they want to call him Iceman, that's fine. It's a difference to trademarking it. This is I went through this at Oregon when DeAnthony Thomas came around, and he had the same nickname as Kobe, and we went through the Black Mamba thing from Kobe.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
But people called him that on broadcast. He was never going to trademark Black Mamba. No. That was never going to be his nickname that he owned. The trademark idea thing is just kind of funny, that you want to own a word and people have to get your legal permission in order to use it on any sort of inventory. But why would you even want the nickname that is? I don't know. Maybe it's a new generation thing, and younger people have no clue who the Iceman is. And
yes,
no reference.
Hope that that's the case with him. Although with your lawyers, you should have researched stuff.
What's going on here,
before.
right? Like, this is a pretty easy one to realize that maybe somebody else has had that nickname and he's a pretty big deal.
50 years.
We're talking the late 70s, early 80s. That is a long time ago, ladies and gentlemen. The nickname's been around. Now, do you remember, was he always the Iceman when he came up?
As long as I knew
As long as you remember him, he was
Yeah.
the Iceman. So as soon as he broke in and was having great years, it was just, he's the Iceman. And it's a great nickname. That would be the equivalent of, and I know these are ones maybe a little bit bigger than the others from a business standpoint, but like if somebody came up with the name of Jordan and it was like, hey, call me Air Jordan. No. That's no. Or if somebody wants the nickname Magic or like,
no.
What are we doing here? I know your name might be Irvin again, but I don't care. There's one Magic and that's the only Magic.
Yes.
There's one Iceman, there's one Air Jordan. Look, Caleb Williams is a fascinating guy. The painting of the nails, the crying with his mom, he's a unique character, and he has been a polarizing topic for many years to come. A lot of it, I just chuckle out of
give
like
you the benefit of the doubt. I want to like you.
I do too, and that maybe this is somebody from a business side of your globe, and you didn't have anything to do with it, and they're filing a trademark.
This is where a publicist or PR media specialist steps in and go, dude, do not go down this road.
Why
this
would
is
you do
going
this?
to backfire.
It's also not your nickname.
You're going to look like an idiot.
I've never even heard it. The general sports population has to have heard you been called that nickname in order for you to get a trademark.
I don't know if this is a thing in Chicago.
In your little Bears bubble, maybe?
Local people.
Get out of here, dude. There's one Iceman and one Iceman only.
There's got to be somebody PR or somebody with the Bears that gets wind of this and go, dude, you're going to look like a damn fool if you go down this road. Go Google some old ABA Spurs stuff.
Go watch your finger roll and educate yourself.
Exactly.
All right? Come on, Iceman. You can't have that nickname.
And Gervin is one of the easiest going. He
seems like he's a super down-to-earth guy.
He loves the new generation. He wants to support them.
That's why his answer to this and his quote was so funny with the statement that he released of like, you're a great player, young fella. There's a lot of good days ahead of you. But there's one Iceman and one Iceman only.
Oh, yeah.
And you ain't touching that.
And he was straight out of that 70s basketball swag era with like Walt Clyde Frazier.
Well dressed.
Back when Dr. J had the massive fro.
Yeah, the good old days, man.
Oh, yeah.
So great response, Caleb Williams. I don't think so, buddy. You ain't going to be the Iceman anytime soon.
Shut up.
Nobody calls you that anyways. Terrific year last year. You are clutching big moments.
In the trademark and patent attorney to just
shoot this one
he
down.
is of my generation or older and go, no.
No, that ain't happening, Caleb.
We ain't doing this.
Love when the Iceman stands up, sticks up for the nickname. There's one Iceman and one Iceman only. We got a lot to get to in hour number 2 of the show. We'll start diving into the Sweet 16. 2 great games yesterday, 2 snoozers. You never want to go full Hoosiers in the final minute of a game. Our players are on the floor. Oopsies. That's not what you want to do. We'll get to all of that. A near buzzer beater in one of the games. But let's start, though, with the great news here locally from one fan base, and that is Scott Barnes is stepping down as athletic director at Oregon State. Where is the hope that this gets things going in the right direction? Where's the hope that the president makes the right hire in their next move? We'll start diving into that. Beaver fans, your thoughts are welcome. 503-864-6326. What was your reaction to the news yesterday? We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the nearly decade reign of Scott Barnes over Oregon State athletics will be coming to an end. He announced on Thursday he's set to retire from the AD post on August 31st, although he will stay on for another year as a senior athletic advisor, assisting in their transition to the reinvented Pac-12. As for Sweet 16 action, Iowa finished up their game on a 12-6 run. They knocked Nebraska out of the tournament 77-71. They will get set to face third-seeded Illinois in the South Regional Final Saturday. The Illini put the clamps on the Houston Cougars 65-55. In the West Region, second-seed Purdue got a tip-in the final second to end Texas's run 79-77. They get a showdown with top-seed Arizona. The Wildcats poured it on Arkansas 109-88. Today, East and Midwest Region action. We begin with top seed Duke and 5th seed St. John's at 4:10 on Coin 6, 4:35 on TBS. 1 seed Michigan will face 4th seed Alabama. 6:45 on Coin 6, UConn and Michigan State will lock horns. The nightcap at 7:10 on TBS, 6th-seeded Tennessee versus 2nd-seeded Iowa State. Blazers continue their homestand against the Dallas Mavericks tonight at Moda Center. 7 o'clock tip on KUNP Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland 10.5-point favorites. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of prime time.
All right, welcome back in. Hour number 2. Dirt and Sprague here. Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday to you. Hope your spring break week has been great. If you've been off, driving around, maybe you're back at work, maybe you're not. I hope everybody's having a great Friday, and should be beautiful weather this weekend, and we got some more awesome sports ahead here tonight. Oregon State fans yesterday were audibly heard around the entire state going, they were pretty fired up.
I forwarded it right to you the minute I saw it.
You did. I didn't. Yeah, you were the first person. I'm looking at the text. I'm like, wait, what? I think Beaver fans.
Take your hand and put it down your pants, son.
That's
Squeeze them
right.
damn things. Make sure you got 2.
They made sure they got 2. They were squeezing them yesterday because their long-awaited news drop finally happened, and an announcement that we all knew was going to take place. We just didn't know when it was going to happen, whether it was now or 2 years down the road or a year down the road or 6 months from now, which is a whole different conversation of why was he allowed to make certain decisions in the not-too-distant past, but we'll get to that in a moment. The announcement yesterday and the big breaking news locally is that Oregon State is going to need a new athletic director.
Yes.
Scott Barnes, who has been there for 10 years for old Scotty Barnes in Corvallis, announced yesterday at the age of 63 that he will be stepping into a different role inside the athletic department and will serve as athletic director until the end of August, right before football season begins.
31st.
That's when he will officially become a senior advisor.
This is what happens.
for
You're
athletics.
like chief of staff in the White House. Look, that job's a grind. You can only sustain that for so long. You have a wealth of institutional knowledge that, the president would like to pick from occasionally.
Yes.
So you stick around. You're there.
Keep collecting a paycheck.
You're there to make introductions. Like, I know so and so. Let's arrange
ease the transition
for a coffee
here.
and hear you. Yeah,
You make things a little bit easier on whoever the new person ends up being.
exactly.
And, look, there's a lot of questions and a lot of interesting thoughts that come out of this because it is unquestionably the only move that Oregon State could possibly make that would appease a large percentage of the fan base. There has been this back and forth among some in the media and some inside the fan base of the way things have been operating, the way certain outlets have been utilized, and, to their credit, the Belligerent Beavers podcast, who is out there, and they have done a lot on this, and I think they deserve probably credit for Scott Barnes not being the athletic director anymore, through Freedom of Information Acts, have basically pulled the veil off of everything that has transpired over the last however many months between the GM who stepped away and then filed a lawsuit, the Brent Blaylock guy who brought in the Blueprint sports deal, and then that was nixed and he was fired. Yeah. All of the communication that was happening back and forth, like they blew the entire lid off of all of this.
Right.
And it's all now public knowledge, what was being said, what was being discussed, and the things that were being talked about behind the scenes. And I'm not inside that fan base. I don't root for Oregon State. I'm pulling for them because I want them to be a topic on the show that's interesting, and I want Beaver fans to have something that they can hold on to because I know it's been a rough couple of years. This had to happen in order to continue to maintain any sort of level of investment from your fan base.
Right.
I don't know if it was every donor or every booster because the second Scott Barnes needed to shake together 2 pennies and turn it into $8 million to fire a couple of coaches.
No, there were still people donating.
He had the ability to do it.
They're reporting that, the donations and whatever.
$27 million average over the last 3 years they're bringing in, and those numbers, according to them, are good, and they're pacing ahead of schedule. I mean,
so I think you make sure
they're saying everything's fine behind the scenes. I just refuse to believe that you were going to get a level of investment from the fan base that is necessary until this happens.
Yeah, where you need to go be competitive now. They need somebody in there to modernize their athletic department.
Yes.
And engage your student body, your fan base, and your donor base. There's a little, crossover between the two, but the people that are buying tickets, your big booster donors, one, grow that pool, and two, keep them happy, and then engage, it's a big campus.
Right.
There's a lot of students there. You need to engage them too and make sure that they're feeling a part of it and all of those things. And it just, we've heard people that have gone to the football and what they're doing with, you spent all this money to do the renovations at Reeser, and it's
$162 million campaign.
By all, we've been down there. It's gorgeous compared to what it was. It was vastly overdue and needed, but now you need to make the most of all the bells and whistles that you have.
You got to put butts in the seats, man.
And put butts in the seats, and you need somebody that goes in there and kind of reassesses. I think the two most important things, obviously fundraising, your ability to fundraise and engage that crew.
Have to have it.
But two, you need somebody with a heavy modern marketing background, sports marketing background. You need to do a better job of selling whatever it is you're selling.
Well, I think, look, whenever these, like when Tinkle was let go, there was a moment of, we've been very critical of him. I know Beaver fans were ready for that move to happen. And then you try and be fair in the aftermath of it, of saying, all right, should you have given him the massive extension? Was that a mistake? Probably.
Yeah, but
I
was
also
your mistake.
understand
That wasn't Wayne's mistake.
That wasn't Wayne's mistake. It was coming off an Elite Eight too.
What's he going to do? Say, I don't really deserve that?
And when they gave him the extension, nobody criticized him for it. They said, yeah, we just went to the Elite Eight. Nobody was like, what the hell are we doing here? And also, there's a ceiling on what you can accomplish when your resources aren't where they need to be. And so there's this fair balance of, it was time for a change. You needed to do it.
Yes.
But it also wasn't all completely on Wayne Tinkle's lap. It was an athletic department thing. And so there's some there with Scott Barnes, right? Like he raised $162 million to finish the stadium, to your point.
Yeah.
And it happened right before the conference blew up in his face. And so it wasn't like, that was a hard thing to foresee happening when they started the fundraising and they started the construction and all of that began. We didn't have an idea that the conference was going to crumble the way that it did and they would be left out on an island. The Jonathan Smith hire was great. He brought him in. He was an alumni, and until he stabbed you in the back and left because of the conference crumbling, he got you to the top 10. Like, that was a really good hire. Mitch Canham, I know, is a guy who's a bit of a hot button issue right now because he hasn't won a World Series yet, and you guys hold him to a high standard. He was in Omaha last year. And so there's some successes here that you can point to.
And they're
while also simultaneously saying Gary Anderson quit in the middle of the season because of things we still can't talk about and said, no thank you on the buyout. Go Beavers, how about that? I'm no longer the coach here. You made the cheap, easy hire of a defensive coordinator who didn't have a personality to be your head coach, who didn't understand a lot of the modern landscape of college football and the way it needed to be executed in terms of recruiting, and it was a disaster, and you had to fire him. Even getting rid of Wayne Tinkle, I think, symbolized just a lot of the missteps that they made of when it was announced, 2 weeks after saying we're not going to do it till the end of the season, hanging him out to dry for the final couple games, and then not even sending any sort of thank you out there for your tenure and here's a statement and what. Like, to not do any of that, it just was a massive misstep. And so a lot of things went wrong for Scott Barnes. We should also credit him for the few things that he did get right. Most of this, though, for me, simply, I don't know how much is going to change inside Oregon State athletics. I don't know how much I would trust the president if I were a fan of Oregon State, because athletics need to be a massive priority for every university, and this is on display.
Big universities,
yes,
like this.
all the time. Like this came out like the High Point. They won a tournament game, and somebody had a story out of the opening day of the tournament of the percentage of website visits that they had and Google searches that they had, and it was up 20,000% of what it has ever been. It's the front porch of your university. It is the outlet that a lot of people get to see of like, that campus looks kind of fun. Let's go Google Oregon State. Like that's the way that this can work for a lot of kids who are looking to go to school in certain spots. So athletics needs to be a priority. I don't know if it is for your president, and that is a big elephant in the room problem that I don't know if getting rid of Scott Barnes is simply going to solve. A lot of this move for me was simply the optics of all of the evidence that came out through the Freedom of Information Act requests that were filed, the comments that were made behind the scenes by certain people towards alumni, a la the name on the front of the jersey matters, the name on the back of the jersey doesn't matter. Those kind of little details that trickled out were just so damning that you were never going to be able to overcome them. And this was a PR win that they had to have. But I still think the hard part that I would have if I were a Beaver fan is that big question of, does the president know what the hell she's doing when it comes to athletics? Does the president care about athletics? And is she truly willing to invest to the level with this quote-unquote war chest that we have to be successful in the new conference? If she's not, then nothing is going to matter here.
Yeah, and
but if she is, maybe this will be the breath of fresh air moment that you need.
Yeah, and then, well, I will say, if they're using the same search firm that has helped them find their last two hires, then, I don't know if Barnes will get credit for this, how much the search firms and the committees were involved in making sure. He might have lucked into two great hires, certainly from the press conference and everything that we've seen early on. And we'll see Joyner here at Michigan's playing tonight.
Yeah. He's coaching with them till the end of the year.
But they certainly seem to have the enthusiasm, the relatability to modern collegiate athletes, and all of the things that you would hope. Whether or not they can coach, time will tell.
Yes.
But
from a PR standpoint, they've won early on press conferences and
all
the way
the things
energy
that you're
and all
hoping
that.
And just how rapidly. I mean, major college sports is spinning on its axis so fast in the last 3 years compared to the last 30 years before that. Yes, it is. It's insane.
Yeah.
So, like I said, can you find somebody? If they find. I don't necessarily want a retread. I don't want somebody that's necessarily been in the business for 20, 25 years here. I would like, I think
want fresh ideas
I'm
and a
not
new
opposed to
outlook
going outside of collegiate athletics a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of what Big 12 did with Brett Yormark in that regard. Obviously, they need to have some sort of administrative, they got to know how to run a bureaucracy.
Right.
And experience doing that. But I think a marketing background of some sort is massively important.
Yes.
In this.
Yes, I agree with you completely there.
Being able to sell the things that you need to sell for Oregon State and re-engage your fan base and donors and students is, after fundraising, the most important thing that person's got to do.
Without a doubt. And can the new person do that? We'll find out. Does the president make the right hire? They're going to have a search firm that's going to help them make this decision. It just, even down to the optics of like him, there was a memo that went out, and I think Angie Machado had it, where they were sending basically messages of, we're going to have to cut Olympic sports and funding for that. It's going to go down and all that. All of that in the midst of him giving himself a pay raise is an optic that you could never overcome. You can never recover from. If anything, the person in charge, this is easier said than done, but the guy's making good money already, should be saying, how do I make this easier on everybody else inside I'm the person that's in charge here. How do I make it easier on everybody else? Why don't I cut $100,000 from my salary and use that money to keep this sport alive, or funding for that? Like, that should have been the approach. Instead, he went the opposite direction and said, give me a pay raise and a lifetime achievement award. You can't overcome that kind of stuff. So I know Beaver fans are psyched today, and rightfully so. I think the question remains, will they get the hire right, and can this actually point things in the right direction? It's one thing to cut the head off the snake. Now you got to figure out where you're going to go from here. We'll read some of your thoughts. I know a lot of them are coming in. 503-864-6326. What's the reaction from Beaver fans? We'll talk a little bit more about this. We'll start diving in to the tournament coming up bottom of the hour. Back out for this on The Fan.
1080 AM.
Love this one at the fan text line, 503-864-6326. I think Chad Johnson and Gary Payton should be the athletic directors. I mean, that was one of those little details along the way. It was Gary Payton and who else? There was another player. Who was the other one that was on the call?
Steve Johnson.
Steve Johnson, thank you. With Blaylock, and that's where the infamous, the name on the back of the jersey doesn't matter. We don't even know who you guys are. Like, what are we doing here? The majority of the time when coaches get hired, like the first thing that they want to do is ingrain themselves in the DNA and the culture of the former players and the alumni.
Exactly.
How do we get those guys back on campus, working out on our campus, around our team,
Go get
around
Bones,
our players?
Go get Gary Payton. I don't know what Jose Ortiz is doing these days.
It reeked of people who were out of touch and were doing backroom deals to benefit buddies and partners and relationships that they had. And it's one thing to do that kind of stuff and you have an unlimited budget. Like, we'll get to LSU today. For the love of God, somebody needs to stop LSU. We'll talk about them. They have for some reason.
Isn't the governor running the school right now?
Yeah. I hope we realize that what LSU is doing, our federal tax dollars are paying for. I hope you understand that. Thank you. The guy who said all right, now I don't want to get distracted. Anyways, it's one thing to have unlimited resources because that's your state and the way your government works. It's another thing to go through the circumstances that Oregon State went through and to be left behind by everybody and have to find a way to survive on your own and then still have that level of shady dealing going on. Like, we don't have enough resources to survive, let alone to be doing these backroom deals with Blueprint Sports that blow up and then you try and pretend as if it's nothing. It's great for the university, and then a month later you say, well, actually, no, we're getting rid of the deal. Then what? I thought you just told me a month ago that it was a fine deal. So
can't be doing that.
You can't overcome it. One listener said, hold on, where did this go? I don't think I've ever rooted for someone to be fired from their job so much as him. We Beaver fans have not had much to cheer about in the last several years, but Dan, this one feels good. And I imagine as a Beaver fan, I mean, you were just waiting for news like this to come.
Yeah.
The toughest part, and he continued, he said, I don't think the president has a clue or care about athletics. They care more about bringing the money to the research part of the school. We have one of the richest men in the world as an alumni, and they don't care one bit about athletics. It's kind of across the board. It's frustrating that any semblance of a powerful program is completely gone. And
that's why I get all of that. That's why I said you need somebody with some more of a marketing background to. It's not the president's job to get those other donors to understand about athletics. She has to introduce the new. And so if you have somebody that understands how, why it can sell, why it's important. You might not be a big sports fan yourself.
Right.
But here is all of the people. This is the index. This is who you are engaging. And their filter in the world is through sports. And they're also interested in all of these other things.
Yes.
This gets you to a different avenue, and you have to figure out how that sales pitch will go.
You have to be
the president has to be there at least to say, hey, I want you to talk to our athletic director, and this is our new modern vision, and you actually relates to things that you're doing here, and we appreciate all, but facilitate those discussions, whether or not it, ultimately rich people have to decide they're interested or not.
Yes. And you got to decide what you want to do with your money.
Right.
This came out. I think the last frustrating bit of this for me, because the next question in the days and weeks and months to come will be, where do they go from here? Who do they hire? And what kind of new energy can that person bring in? And is this actually a move that will fundamentally change things? Like, there's this thought going on inside the Blazers right now. Like, I'm certainly anti-Jody Allen to my core. I don't think she deserves to own an NBA team. I don't think she cares that much. And I'm very excited and eager that she is going to be selling the team and we're going to get new vision and new hands on this thing. That does not guarantee that Tom Dundon's going to come in and make all the right calls and things will be great.
And it sounds like, there might be a little thinning of the herd there right at the beginning.
Very well could be, where they're going to be firing people and you're clearing house a little bit.
Might be a little messy here for a little bit.
There's no guarantee that change will always end up being a positive, but sometimes change is just necessary because I know in the current situation that I'm in, there's no hope.
Right.
And at least change provides me, whether it's 5% hope, 10% hope, there's at least there's a little bit there internally.
Let me give this guy a little room to come in.
Let's see what we can do here.
Rearrange the furniture.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we need to, knock down some walls and open up the space?
Right.
Or can we just get some new paint and
freshen it up a little
freshen
bit.
it up.
Liven up the place.
Exactly.
You know? Open some windows here, all right? Let's get some fresh air in here.
We need to clear out some,
It goes back to, though, and I remember talking about this at the time, that Kerry Akers had the sit-down with Barnes. I don't know if it's sit-down, but he had the intel on Barnes saying he's going to retire before his contract is up.
Yeah.
And I remember when that came out, just thinking to myself,
then why is he doing all this?
Why is he allowed to make the hires then? If he's not in for the long haul and he's not going to be a part of this thing 3-4 years down the road, because you're signing all these guys. What did the football coach get? A 4-year deal, 3-year deal?
4 or 5 year.
Joyner got a 4-year, 5-year deal. Like, you're signing these guys to contracts that you're not even going to be around to see the end of it. Why are you the one that's in charge of being able to hire those guys?
The only thing I can think of is whatever donor pool he already had, they didn't want to risk losing that.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's the case. Although if I'm Wayne Tingle, I'm saying, hey, you had $5 million to buy me out. I could have used that for my roster last year. Yeah. See that Pope kid playing in the Sweet 16 for Texas?
He
was on my team.
Lila Vicious was playing for TCU. And then you had the kid at their leading scorer, Tyler Bilodeau at UCLA. He was out, and that's why UCLA couldn't advance, because it couldn't score.
Right. We could have used a little bit of that money around
I think
I'm glad we had that in the coffers.
I don't know where Ratai went, where Michael Ratai ended up, but he went to a D1 program.
A lot of those kids transferred and landed at big places.
I think the whole starting 5 ended up at D1 power programs.
Could have used a little bit of that. And then you had the comments when you're hiring a football coach of basically saying that we're going to pay at the top of the new conference, and then the information comes out that you're not paying at the top of the new conference while you're getting a pay raise. It just, look, far too many missteps to have happen. And for Oregon State's sake, I'm genuinely hoping that this...
But there's a lot of pressure on this hire.
Without a doubt there is.
This is one you can't screw up.
Yes. Because you're already heading in the wrong direction. You're already sinking in relevancy and finances. And, it's not a good situation. And we can all see that from the outside looking in. This is really a moment of, fight or flight, if you will.
And you got to have somebody that's going to come in and look at ticketing and stuff and say, I need to pack these arenas.
How do I get this going?
So our donors and our hardcore and whatever we're charging for club level stuff and all of that will get whatever the market allows, and we'll get top dollar. The upper decks of that state, I don't care.
Kids in free. Do whatever you need to do.
$29, $49 a ticket, whatever I got to do. I need the stadium full.
Pay your age. How about that ticket scheme? You're 12 years old, your ticket's $12. Show me your ID. There you go. $12, you get into the game. Easy peasy.
Okay. That doesn't make things better for me.
Well, I'm trying to get the youth involved,
Okay.
Get the youth out there. $50 isn't bad for a Beaver game. That's not, what are you, 52? What do you got going over there? Yeah, I'm hoping that they figure this out. I think the biggest issue is the president. It's always been the president, and the let's all be fair here, right? Like, the circumstances that they found themselves in, that's not an easy one to wiggle out of. That's a very difficult spot. That was not necessarily their fault, and they just were left without a paddle, and you got to find a way to get upstream. Not an easy thing to do, but this is your moment of hope to say, God, if we can get this right and get somebody who knows what they're doing, to get fundraisers going, to get butts in the seats a little bit, and dumb people and people who are bad at their jobs, get things right occasionally. We do this all the time at Rob Manfred. The guy's the Michael Scott of commissioners. He's an idiot. He's a buffoon. But a lot of the rule changes he's put in has helped Major League Baseball, and the numbers have been really good, and the sport's in a strong spot. Maybe that's Scott Barnes' parting gift. I doubled my salary. I hired Trent Bray. I did a lot of really stupid stuff. The blueprint deal was bad, but maybe he got his hires right on the way out of the door via the committee, and those guys end up, establishing a standard at Oregon State in the athletic department, at the football program, and the men's basketball program. I'm happy, at least in the short term. Oregon State fan has hope. You need hope. Hope is a good thing in life. I don't know how long it's going to last for, but I'm glad that it's here, and you get to experience it for a little bit, and we'll wait and see who they end up hiring.
Baseball team can get to Omaha. That would be.
Did they crush again yesterday? Are they still in USC? They kicked the crap out of USC the other day.
I think it was just a one game.
Oh, okay, a one-off midweek one.
I got to see what their weekend.
There was something crazy, like USC had only given up 11 runs on the season or something, and they hung 12 on them in one game. And it was a midweek game, but still, that was a dominant performance.
No, the Ducks are down at UC Santa Barbara for a weekend series.
Bring it on, Santa Barbara. Baseball season, baby. Well, congrats to Beaver fans. You got your wish. Long overdue. He shouldn't have been allowed to make the last two hires, but hopefully maybe he got it right on his way out. Oregon State will get a new athletic director. Let's start diving into the tournament. The first two games of the day yesterday, fantastic. The second two games, Our 4 are on the floor, not what you want to do in a Sweet 16 game, and a buzzer beater that probably included, well, kind of buzzer beater, that might have included an offensive foul. We'll get into that coming up next, but first, here's Swag with Sports Center.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, after hiring new head football and men's basketball coaches this past winter, Scott Barnes announced Thursday he will retire from his athletic director post at Oregon State. August 31st, he will stay on for another year as a senior athletic advisor, assisting in the transition to the reinvented Pac-12. As for Sweet 16 action, Iowa, the 9th seed, went on a 12-6 run in the final moments to knock out Nebraska, 77-71. Now they get third-seeded Illinois in the South Regional Final on Saturday. The Illini suffocating the Houston Cougars 65-55. In the West Region, second-seeded Purdue got a tip-in the final second. That ended Texas's run 79-77. It'll set up a showdown with the number 1 seed Arizona on Saturday. The Wildcats hammered Arkansas 109-88. Today, East and Midwest regional action. Top seed Duke and 5th seed St. John's at 4:10 on Coin 6. 4:35 on TBS, the 1 seed Michigan facing 4th seeded Alabama. 6:45 on Coin 6, UConn and Michigan State will lock horns. 7:10 on TBS, 6th seeded Tennessee takes on 2nd seeded Iowa State. Blazers continue their homestand at Moda Center tonight. 7 o'clock tip against the Dallas Mavericks. You can see it on KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland holding is a 10.5-point favorite. They start the night a half game behind the Clippers in the race for the 8th spot in the West. LA is in Indiana to take on the Pacers at 4:10 today. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Sports Saturday with
You ready for a juicy storyline tonight? You ready for this one? It just means more, man. Remember when an Alabama guard was arrested having a pound of weed on him? Aiden Holloway is his name. He has been granted his motion to travel outside of the state by Tuscaloosa, a district court judge. And he's going to jump on a bird and try and play in the game tonight. Just file that one away for watching Alabama-Michigan. Later on this evening, Gavin and Back would help them tremendously. I love it. Yeah, sure, go ahead, travel outside of state. We'll wait on this one. You had a pound of weed, no big deal. Yesterday, the tournament kicked back into action. The Sweet 16 began, and it was kind of a tale of two windows. I opened the show with a rant about how dumb it is. We have the first two games end nearly simultaneously. Let's separate these things a little bit more so I'm not getting, wire-to-wire finishes with two different, going back and forth and split screening. I want to fully enjoy each game. That's the beauty of the Sweet 16. They should be standalone games, and I don't understand why we do it. And it was Heartbreak City for a couple of different teams. Let's start with one of the biggest blunders that I've ever seen. It was akin to the... Who was it? Oh, it was Notre Dame against Ohio State in the Lou Holtz Where You At Now game. When
the 2-point conversion?
Marcus Freeman, I was fourth and goal or 2-point conversion, I can't remember, but back-to-back plays, Marcus Freeman put 10 guys on the field. And it's like, that's the biggest, you need a defensive stop. Yeah. How do you let that happen? Like that. Priority number one, outside of what the play call is do we have the right number of guys on the field? Nebraska yesterday in a one-possession game. They are defending the inbound by Iowa, and they give up a breakaway layup the other way. And in the moment, credit to Stan Van Gundy because he saw it immediately. It's like, that was a breakdown, and then immediately he pointed out, wait a minute, Nebraska only had 4 guys on the floor.
Yeah, they had a guy that was on the sidelines going to the scorer's table.
Waiting to check in, but hadn't gone in yet, even though they were coming out of a timeout. So they called timeout. You go over the play. Here's what we're going to do, guys. Okay, ready, break. And then you take the court, and there's only 4 guys on the floor. Nebraska goes on to lose despite controlling, 90% of this game?
Yeah, I wouldn't take their first lead till late
in that one. That's a heartbreaking loss for Nebraska. Here's Fred Hoiberg, their coach, after the game talking about only having 4 players on the floor.
For Rink, about 58 seconds left. They had that deep ball to Alvaro for the bucket. I think there were 4 players on the court. Can you say what happened?
I'll address that one, Myron. Put that one on me. It was a miscommunication, and I'm the head coach. Put that one on me.
The 4 men on the court on that final inbound. There's some confusion online about if that's the rules. You're supposed to have 5 guys on the court. Were the officials supposed to hold the ball before the ball was put in play?
That's a good question, Robin. I've never been in a situation like that. I know they always count to make sure there's not 6. I don't know the rule on that with 4. But, yeah, again, it was a miscommunication, and, unfortunately it happened. But, as far as the rule, I've never been a part of anything like that. So
that's actually a really good – I was listening to that last night. I'm like, that's a good point that I didn't think about. Is that on the officials to look that you only have 4 on the floor, or is that not – because in football, that's not the case. If you got too many out there, they let you play. They just throw a flag on you. And if you got too few, you just look like an idiot, and they're going to run the play anyways. So that's an interesting follow-up of should the play have been held, because there was a guy standing at the scorer's table, looking like he was going to check in, and they just kind of tossed the ball in too quickly. Here is how it sounded from Kevin Harlan on TBS as this ended up basically being the deciding play in the game.
Marcus Lawrence, you put all that. Look at this pass. Oh, my goodness. Fulguris. What happened?
Well, that was a major defensive breakdown there.
And right after that, Van Gundy goes on to say they only had 4 guys on the floor. And it just, everybody made the same Hoosiers joke yesterday the second this play happened. It said, my team's on the, what's the line from Hackman? My team's on the floor, my 4 are on the floor, or whatever it was. Everybody made that same joke yesterday. Talk about heartbreaking ways to go down. I don't know if they go on to win the game if they have 5 on the floor and they get a stop there. They were down, I want to say by 2. I think it was 71-69 or somewhere in that range on that play. So there's about 50-something seconds left. If you get a stop, you get the ball back. If you give up a 2, at least you're down by 4, and there's some time left on the clock. To give up the immediate dunk in the aftermath of it, and that being and 1, it just was a back-breaking play for them to go through. And talk about fan bases who have been through rough times. Nebraska fan has had a hard go of it over the last 25 years. Their football program has gone from the top of the sport to basically irrelevant and just struggling to get to bowl games and win bowl games. Their basketball program until this year had never won an NCAA tournament game.
Hey, they won 2.
They won 2. They were on the brink of having the best record in the history of the Sweet 16, I'd imagine, unless there's somebody else who's been there.
They came out on fire.
They were draining everything. The crowd was behind them. You're like, oh my God, they're going to run away from this thing. And then you look up at halftime and you're like, it's only about a 3-4 point game. It was close. And then Iowa took over a little bit in the second half. It became very low scoring in the second half, high scoring first half, low scoring second half. Hoiberg did an incredible job. How that happens in that moment is one of those coaching things that you'll just never understand. Isn't that the first thing when your team takes the floor that you would? I do that for Oregon games when I'm sitting in the press box for a big play.
This is
there 12 out
actually
there?
an issue with having tons of assistant coaches because there's
too many cooks in the kitchen.
One assistant coach that's responsible for the matchups or subbing. They're keeping track of, okay, did they send somebody in at the timeout? Because you have to go. If you want to make a sub at a timeout, you have to go to the scores table before the first buzzer sounds. So when you're in the arena, you're like, why do they have 2 buzzers and whatever?
Yeah.
If you want to make a substitution coming out of the timeout, they have to go to the scores table immediately before that first buzzer rings so that they can be in the game. So if you've got an assistant that wants to switch something up or he's trying to peek to see if the other team's going to make a sub and you want to match it, it's general chaos there, especially if it's only a 30-second timeout.
You got to go quick. Go check in.
And then somebody's like, "Hey, we're going to do this," and then it's a full court press situation, so you're wanting to get matchups. Dudes are not where they're normally at.
You couldn't see the guy on the floor. When they inbounded the ball, you couldn't see him because he was out of half court. You're like, where are they throwing this? And then you realize there's nobody there.
Recognize to Iowa, because Iowa recognized it right away and said, there's nobody deep. Throw it. Get your hands on the ball.
Also, in the tough spot, too, because if you're defending the play, you end up being the guy who defends it. Do you just let him lay it in and then go about your business? That was just... Yeah. You're caught in the moment, your head's spinning.
But sitting right now in and seeing those situations, and if you got assistants, no, they're doing this. We want this guy in. Offense, defense, no, that. I can see how it happens. There's no excuse for it happening.
Right.
But in just the moment itself, being in that bubble, and it's a thing, I can see how it occurs.
Yeah.
There's still no good explanation for why it occurs.
Especially in the moment, right? If that happens in game 27 of the regular season, it's maybe a footnote of look at that. Nebraska only had 4 guys on the floor. It's the Sweet 16, and you had a chance to go to the
only game going.
You're the only. It's what are we doing here, man? Yeah. So, look, the dust will settle on that. Hoiberg's a great coach. He has done. I think there was reports out that they had the lowest NIL spending of any of the teams in the Sweet 16. So, a lot of young guys, his kids on the team, their program's going to be fine. And this is a team that will always be remembered in Nebraska. The first one that goes on a tournament run.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the Oregon State Elite 8 team from a couple years ago, or Oregon's first under Kent, their Elite 8 team that they had. You'll always remember those names. And you just hope that more years and runs will follow, but that's not always a guarantee.
And Hoiberg was great because he was up there on the podium with the students. I think the question was directed to the students, and that's one students shouldn't, the athletes shouldn't have to.
I'm taking this. This
is head coach. This is on. Ultimately, this is the head coach. I'm responsible.
Yep.
And he did a great job and just said it's just unfortunate. And yeah,
that's all you can say really in that moment. There's nothing. He knows he screwed up, but he also did an unbelievable job.
Whoever it was, wherever, like I said, it might have been
call it was,
assistants, and they wanted this matchup, and wait, that guy didn't go sub in or whatever. Yeah.
I'm going to mix a little bit of the good and the bad in this segment because there was another great game yesterday. They just both happened to be in the same window. So let's mix one of the bad ones in there and give you some context for it. So the late slate blew. It was terrible, and I ended up turning the games off with a handful of minutes to go because they were runaway freight trains. Arizona ended up beating Arkansas. 109-88 was the final. You want some numbers behind this? That is the most points ever allowed by a Calipari team in the NCAA tournament. They had the second best field goal percentage, 63.7% in a Sweet 16 game since 2000. The first team to ever be 60-plus field goals, 60-plus three-point, and 30-plus free throws made in an NCAA tournament game. And the first time since 2007, Florida, a national championship team, had 6 guys with 12-plus points in a tournament game. A historic romp for Arizona as they advance past Arkansas. Calipari's opening comment of the presser was like, boy, Arizona's good. Yeah, man, he gave up 109. Still a good run for Calipari. They made it to the Sweet 16, but they bow out. That game was not much, and Arizona might. They could end the drought here for us west of the Mississippi. Tommy Lloyd's got that thing rolling. Let's get to the other great game that happened and a near buzzer, basically buzzer beater, and a delightful matchup between Purdue and Texas, and then the other dud of the night, which was basically a rock fight. And oh my God, Houston's offense. I never want to watch that again. We'll recap the rest of the Sweet 16 coming up next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomeservices.com.
Might need to get into another video board.
I got room for one more.
There it is, number 20. And the Brewers with an opening day win over the White Sox as they clobber the Southsiders 14-2.
Could be a fun bit the rest of the way of just how many times can the White Sox classify as stinking it up. It could almost become the Chicago White Sox report. Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. They lost yesterday, 14-2. They had 31 at-bats as a team. They struck out 20 times. It is the worst opening day loss in franchise history, and the second most runs they've ever allowed on opening day, most since 1937. Who's sticking it up? The Chicago White Sox, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Our friends at Three Mountains Home Services have a sweet special this March. Purchase a new high-efficiency HVAC system and score a 16-year parts and labor warranty. 16 seasons of comfort starts now. Visit threemountainshomeservices.com today. All right, welcome back in. Got a lot still to get to in the show. Adam Silver with comments on Tom Dunn and talk about big weeks ahead. Next week, pretty big one here in Portland. They are in action tonight. Cooper Flagg is in town. We also have the The NBA has leaked the 3 different models that they are weighing and considering to solve the tanking problem. Will it fix it? I'll tell you what they are and what they're considering
I feel
doing.
like I'm going to be underwhelmed.
The options on the table. I'll just say this. When it's so convoluted, your fans are probably going to have a hard time following it. Maybe not the best idea possible, but I digress. We'll get to that.
Part of it, though, doesn't matter if whatever's in there will actually keep the owners from doing it,
and then that's all that matters to you?
That's all that matters.
Okay. I also saw Bobby Marks, our friend at ESPN, with a great point of, boy, oh boy, does this change a lot of the landscape about future first-round draft picks. Those have been traded under the notion of the current lottery system, and that is about to be blown up. And so that could either be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what side you are on that.
Like I said, it might seem
And I think owners are going to push back on that of like, wait a minute, I traded some future first-round picks.
In the weeds and minutia to like, I don't know how to follow that, but yeah if the owners are like, or GMs are like, holy crap.
We're screwed. Or we like this.
We better win games now and it changed, then yeah.
Okay.
So it doesn't necessarily need to make sense or be simple to the public.
As long as it solves the problem.
As long as it's effective.
Okay. Well, it solved the problem. I'll tell you what those are. We'll get to that here in a moment. Let's stick with final recap of last night's Sweet 16 game. So good and bad, right? The opening slate, great. Their first 2 games, I should say, great. And then the late games were pretty bad. We'll get the bad out of the way. Houston, I don't want to.
Well, that game was actually, it was competitive. It was dramatic. It was a
perfect way to put it. Nobody could make a shot. Illinois finally got hot and pulled away a little bit, and then Houston just did not have any sort of offense.
I had
to
some
get
people on Twitter
going.
tell me Wagler was a point guard. I think he's going to be a 2 guard in the NBA.
I think so too.
He can handle the ball. He's a great combo guard. But you had the other kid out there, Boswell.
I believe so. Yeah,
he was the point guard.
Who was the? By the way, did you see did you stick around for the post game of that?
No, I moved on to the end of I saw the M's Guardians game was close at that point.
A really funny moment. Our gal Lauren Shahadi was the sideline reporter for that game. There's a guy on Illinois' team. I'm blanking on his name off the top of my head, but he looks like he shouldn't be allowed within 50 yards of a school based on his mustache. And was
that Merkovic?
I think it's yes, I think that's who it is. And I think they were interviewing Stojakovic, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But she's interviewing him. Merkovic is standing next to him, and as she's interviewing him, he whispers something into Stojakovic's ear. And then she's like, "What is he whispering in your ear?" And he's like, "I can't tell you. It's a secret." Which is like, we all know what he's saying. Like, dude, how hot is Lauren Shahadi up front? That was a really funny moment at the end of the game. But largely, that game was just rough watch. Close for a chunk of it, but just Houston couldn't buy it.
No, you have to
They went on like a 10-minute stretch without making a field goal in the second half. Just
well, they didn't score in like the first in the first media. It was 2-0 at the first media timeout.
Rock fight to the definition. Congrats to Illinois for advancing to the
Elite Eight. What Illinois, because Illinois can score 100 too.
If they need to, they can.
And that's what makes them scary. They can win any way you want to play.
They can. It was a low-scoring game. That's the game Houston wanted, and Illinois found a way to win. The better game, though, was the other one in the earlier slate.
It was more aesthetically pleasing, especially if you like watching Arizona play.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona just rolled, right? They hung 108. And then you had Purdue beat Texas in a game that came all the way down to the wire. And this has led to a debate about one of the final possessions of the game. So let's play it, and then we'll talk about it. So Purdue-Texas going back and forth. A really fun matchup, back and forth. And the game is tied. There's about
77 apiece.
10 seconds or so left, maybe a little bit less than that. Purdue inbounds the ball in their own basket. Here is how the game basically ends.
Braden Smith with the ball. Clock ticks. Down to 6. Down to 5. Smith shaking. Bacon. Smith puts it up. No! The foul! It's good! With .7 left. Trey Kaufman-Wren has given Purdue the lead. A chance at the last shot. It's up. No good. Purdue advances.
So as close to a buzzer beater as you'll get. .7 left on the clock when that tip-in goes in. They released the overhead footage of the tip-in, and essentially like they start outside of the restricted area. And the Texas guy, I don't know his name off the top of my head, he's trying to box him out. And the Purdue player just comes in and mans his way underneath the hoop.
That guy's a load, too.
He's
that
a big
could play tight end if he wanted to.
There's a little bit of a forearm shiver to the back of the Texas defender.
That's the same thing
boxer
as
outer.
Hail Mary time in an NFL
tipped it up
game.
In the basket. You let him
Unless
play?
you absolutely tackle a guy, they're not calling pass interference.
There were a few calls last night that were I want to say
that game was ultra physical
because Texas had the possession to tie it. They drove to the hoop down by 3, and they got an and one. And I'm like, yeah, I can see that being a foul. But also in that moment, am I calling that a foul?
Yeah.
He kind of went down. The arms weren't straight up. The arms were a little bit down. And so they blew the whistle. And I'm like, that's a controversial call. To be up by 3, you give up the 2, and then you call the foul, and they tied the game.
It's really tough for those guys because they don't want to – they want to let it be the players determine it. They don't want it to be a whistle fest, but once you start allowing contact –
right,
and then players, and then the intensity of the
under
game,
a certain understanding of how it's being called,
and then the intensity of the game gets up, and then a coach says, "Hey, you can't let him fight. You have to fight harder to get over that screen. You can't lose." And that's when things get out of control. It happened in the Arizona game.
Yes, it did.
They were fouling dudes out. Guy got tossed late. All that
down
sort
by
of
15,
stuff,
which didn't mean much, but what are we doing here?
So that's the tough part is you don't want it to be a whistle fest, but if you don't establish some certain things early in a game, as the intensity ratchets up,
it's going to get there late. Yeah.
Then you switch it up late, and it's like, wait, in the first half that wasn't a foul. Now it's foul, and it's confusing.
I'm finding myself hating Purdue, which is fun. I like to have emotions about Big Ten teams. A lot of Big Ten teams don't give me emotions, and they do for some reason. I don't really know why, but
I can't hate them because I really like Matt Painter.
Yeah, I get it. I liked his comments about the high point coach.
They're old school, the way that you play. They've had traditional big men. Obviously, Zach Edey was there for a number of years.
I think that's usually where it stems from for me. I
and
couldn't stand
so
watching him.
they are a very old school, traditional. We have a ball handling point guard.
We have a big that can put his back to the basket.
And then we got a big 7-foot center. And yeah.
You got your schedule now for Saturday. Iowa, Illinois at 3:09 on TBS. That's the game 1, the South Regional Final to go to the Final Four, and then Purdue versus Arizona. So a fun little matchup, or a mixed match, I should say. You have a 1 and 2 seed in the West region, so one of the top chalk teams will get there, and then a 3 versus a 9 in the South. So I know it's not the traditional Cinderella, and not the idea of it's not Fairleigh Dickinson here. But a 9-seeded Iowa, Illinois was a 3-seed.
Last time they were in the Elite Eight was 1987.
It's been a long time for him.
The great Roy Marble.
The old Hawkeye.
B.J. Armstrong on that team. Brad Lohaus.
There was one thing out there, it was something. Let me find this real quick. Hold on. I know we're against it. It was something about Lute Olson. So it was like last time Arizona obviously went to a Final Four. Lute Olson was the head coach.
Yeah.
And then he coached at Iowa too, didn't he? Yes, he did.
That's where he started.
So I think it was something like the last time that they were in the Final Four, Lute Olson was the coach for Iowa and for Arizona. They have not. He took them to the Final Four in 1980.
Yes,
and then obviously the national championship in Arizona was the last time.
Tom Davis went to Iowa.
Yes, that was the last time Arizona was in the Final Four. Was when they won the national championship. They've been to the Elite Eight a handful of times, but never broken through. And so that's a fun Lute Olson fact. I think Saturday will be a lot of fun standalone games.
This is going to be Arizona's perimeter guys defend the 3, make Purdue a team that has to score by 2s, and then I don't think they can keep up with Arizona.
If they get going. If they shoot the ball the way they did last night.
Lawyer and Cox and guys are drilling 3s, then it's going to be wild.
Good luck. We'll see how it goes. Should be fun. We'll get to the games coming up tonight, later on in the show, including the idea from The Athletic, do we still hate this team the way that we used to? I think it's a hard yes for me, but does other people feel the same way? Let's get to Adam Silver. He talked about the ownership sale changing hands in Portland. What are his comments on Tom Dundon? Also, the ideas to fix tanking. The 3 are out there that they will be voting on next week. Which one is the best? Do we like where they're going? We'll get to that to start the third hour next on The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Scott Barnes era at Oregon State will come to an end sooner than later after he announced he will step down from his athletic director post August 31st. He will stay on for at least another year as a senior athletic advisor, assisting in the transition to the newly reinvented Pac-12. Sweet 16 action picks up in the East and Midwest regions tonight. Top-seeded Duke in the East and fifth-seeded St. John's go at 4:10 on Coin 6. 4:35 on TBS. One-seed Michigan will face fourth-seed Alabama in the Midwest. 6:45 on Coin 6. UConn and Michigan State will lock horns in the East region. 7:10 on TBS. Six-seeded Tennessee and second-seeded Iowa State in the Midwest. Your regional finals Saturday in the West and the South will feature Arizona, who will take on Purdue in the West. That's the 1 and the 2 seed. Iowa, as the 9 seed, will take on third-seeded Illinois in the South. Blazers continue their homestand tonight, welcoming in Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks for a 7 o'clock tip. You can see it on KUNP, Xfinity Channel 1016. If you don't have a ticket, Portland Holding is a 10.5-point favorite. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the firm of Harris.
Welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague here. Portland Sports Leader. 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app. We are live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday to you. We're getting through it. I don't think the vacation brain rot has kicked in yet. We're powering through, man. I got 2 more hours to go. I am playing golf after the show. I'm very excited about that.
I got to go home and...
That's good right there.
Yeah. I got to go home and throw a bag together.
What are you throwing a bag together for?
We're going to Bend.
Oh, that's right. You guys are going over to Bend this weekend. That's right. Go see the kiddo, see how he's doing. Eat some good food, have some good beers.
I think so.
Weather should be delightful over there.
It's supposed to be 70 in Bend today.
You
now
take
it's 27 this morning.
It's cold, chilly.
Yeah.
I love Bend weather this time of year.
Yeah.
The cold, crisp mornings, and then by the time you get to the middle
you
of the
need
day,
layers.
It's
Layers
perfect.
are the key.
You got to be prepared for both. You got to go both ways in Bend.
Yep.
That's the way they roll. You taking the sticks with you?
No.
Probably not enough time to golf yet.
No, I don't know that the course. Well, Sun River opened some courses. It's still.
You got to go. You couldn't play an early morning round, that's for sure.
No, you'd have to go in the afternoon. No, we're going to see PAX and get away. So no, it'll be more. Probably go for a nice walk. They have some nice trails and pathways along the river.
So much to do down there.
So
over there,
wander around downtown.
That'll be fun, man. Ben's always a good time. I love going over there. Lots to get to in this hour of radio. You're going to hear from the commissioner in a moment. Talk about Tom Dundon, who at any moment will take over as the primary owner of your Portland Trailblazers. It's around the corner.
Making sure all the paperwork is done properly.
That's right.
We've got the notaries done.
He met with everybody, and we're heading in the right direction.
They met the rest of his ownership
Yes,
group.
they did.
So
Yes, they
now
did.
they know everybody that's involved and.
They like everybody. It's just it's a matter of when, not if, that's going to get approved. And so we'll play that audio before you get to that in a moment. We talked about, was this yesterday? I don't know. It's all blur. Maybe it was 2 days ago. Adam Silver saying, hey, guys, don't worry. We're going to fix this problem. I know the solution. Tanking is going to be done in the NBA. Well, we have now leaked 3 different proposals on how the NBA plans to solve this issue. And your brain might hurt a little bit at the end of it. I think one listener, one of the favorite texts I've read in a while at the fan text line, 503-864-6326, said, the lottery proposals read like my company's bonus structure. 5 years in, I still don't understand it. I hate my job. Are you ready? Get your pen out. Get your paper out. Here are the 3 proposals the NBA is considering on how they are going to fix tanking. Follow along. In proposal number 1, a total of 18 teams count them with me, 18. So the 10 that miss the play-in tournament and the 8 that qualify for the play-in tournament. So everybody after the 6 highest seeds in the East and West Conference.
Gotcha.
So not in the playoff, in the play-in. So lottery teams or not playoff teams and play-in
This will
teams.
expand to 20, by the way, with
Yes,
the
it
new
will.
teams.
When they get there in 2 years, we'll all be a part of the lottery. The bottom 18 will all be a part of it. So if you win the play-in, you are still a part of the lottery as the 7 or 8 seed. Got it? The bottom 10 teams will have an equal 8% chance of moving up in the lottery. So everybody will have an 8% chance. That's good for 80% total.
Right.
The remaining teams who are in the play-in situation will split the remaining 20%, and it will go in order. So it'll go down from 11th worst to 18th worst and go in that direction. All 18 spots will be drawn as a part of the lottery. That is option number 1. Proposal number 2.
I don't think that solves it.
I don't either. We'll get to the other 2. The bottom 10 teams that miss the play-in tournament, the 8 that qualify for it, and the first 4 playoff teams that lose in the first round, now we're up to a total of 22 teams, will all be included in the lottery. They will be ranked according to their record across 2 seasons. This is what the WNBA largely does with their lottery, is it's a weighted 2-year average. Under that system, are you following along? Each team would need to reach a minimum win total floor in each season to mitigate the need to lose every game possible. For example, if the minimum floor for an individual season was 20 wins, a team that went 14-68 would be considered 20-62 for lottery purposes. So if you win below whatever the floor is, you don't get extra added percentage odds. They just give you the minimum amount of wins, and that's where your odds go. You following? If a team wins 40 games in one season and 20 in the next season, it would go in as 30 wins for the lottery. So it'd be a rotating average over 2 years. Got it?
Okay.
In this system, the top 4 spots will be drawn as a part of the lottery, as is currently. The third proposal is a 5x5 method, and in this one, the same 18 teams from the first proposal, the bottom 10 that miss the play-in plus the 8 that make it, would be entered into the lottery. The teams with the 5 worst records would then all have the same odds. So 5 worst teams in the league, all same odds to get the number 1 overall pick, with them descending from there, so 6 through 18 from there. And there would be a drawing for each of the top, there'd be a lottery drawing for each of the top 5 picks. After those 5 picks are selected, there would be another lottery drawing for the remaining 13 teams that did not get picked inside the top 5. And the lowest one of the 5 worst teams could fall in said lottery is to the 10th pick. You could not fall below that. Do any of these solve the issue of tanking in the NBA?
The last one probably has the best chance because yeah. You're still sticking to the idea of a draft lottery.
None of this is going to solve it.
My best option, if I am stuck in purgatory and I am not a free agent destination, my best chance to get a franchise-changing player is in the lottery. And if I'm not going to be a playoff team or have a chance to advance in the playoffs, my best option is still trying to increase my odds to get a top 2-3 pick in the NBA draft.
Exactly.
So it will make it more difficult. It's a riskier roll of the dice because if I know, the prospect of, okay, I could finish, I might be the worst team and I might only get the 10th or 11th pick.
Yeah.
As opposed to making sure I'm no worse than 4 or 5. But go look at drafts. The difference between the 4th or 5th pick and the 10th and 11th pick
is a big deal.
That's a big difference.
It's a massive difference.
But I don't think it gets rid of it.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I think the idea of the first one is probably the most feasible because you average out it's just the 10 worst teams in the NBA. You have an 8% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Everybody that's in the bottom 10.
I think you actually have more teams, especially at the end of the season.
You would have teams trying to get into the top 10.
All I got to do is be in the top 10, and I got as good a chance as anybody.
So as of right now, I think this would be curious to follow, right? So
maybe I'm trying at the start of the season,
and then by the time you get to the
but
back
I get a
half
couple
of,
of key injuries, like the Warriors. Had this been the Warriors?
So this is interesting right now. So right now, the 10th worst team in the NBA. This would cover Indiana's the worst team record-wise,
Right.
16-57. The 10th worst team is the Milwaukee Bucks. The Milwaukee Bucks are 29-43. They are the 10th worst
Right.
team in the NBA. Golden State is 11th. They are 6 games better than Milwaukee. How much different would their strategy have been the last handful of weeks if you told them if you're worse than Milwaukee, you have an 8% chance
Well,
of the
no,
number
they
one pick in
actually
the
have
draft?
to be worse than the in the West. Because otherwise because it's not about record, it's a play-in team, right?
Play-ins are involved in this. The 10 worst play-ins are involved in this
so
lottery.
then the 10 worst
It's just the
records.
10 worst
Yeah.
records in the NBA
Okay.
have the highest odds.
Yeah, they
because
might have
play-ins in the current structure, play-ins are not. You got to lose the
They
play-in
might have
and then
shut
you're
stuff
kicked in.
down earlier.
You might have shut stuff down earlier. This is the point we made the other day. Like, no matter what pathway you're going to pick, there will
You're
be
going to get more
consequences of
teams
it.
tanking late in the year in that model.
Yes, you
maybe
absolutely
not at
would.
the start of the season.
But if you got to the point where would I rather be the 11th worst team or 9th worst team? Like, it's no brainer. It's a no brainer.
No.
But it also led to the Bobby Marks point of there is going to be a lot, and this it may be a positive outcome for Blazer fans if you're looking for one out of all this. One, I like the idea of evening the odds and having a better chance at it. But two, like the idea of future first-round picks that are already have been traded or pick swaps, they are going to change drastically. So let's just play the scenario right now. Do you know off the top of your head what the 10th worst team, what their lottery odds are for the number one pick? It's pretty slim, right? Because it goes like 13, 14% for the first, 3 or 4 teams, then it kind of goes consecutively down from there. But in this model, like if you just chose model number 1, the Milwaukee Bucks this year would have the same percentage chance at the number 1 pick as the Indiana Pacers, even though they've won 13 more games, and one has the worst record and the other has the 10th. 10th pick, yeah.
3% chance.
So that's a 5% increase in getting the number 1 overall pick for the 10th worst team in the NBA. That's a massive jump.
I'm taking.
And if you have teams' future picks and they're in this, like it will change your calculus because you no longer, not that you can do much about it if you don't have ways to improve your roster, but the idea of being the 10th worst team in the league, somehow landing the number 1 overall pick in the draft and then having somebody own that pick of yours, it's going to be a heartbreaker for somebody out there. I hope it happens to us and we get Milwaukee's number 1 overall pick.
I don't know that solves. I think it delays it. I don't think you'll have as many teams like roster construction flat out mailing it in the way Utah did to start the season. The Pacers, they're a unique situation.
Pacers, I have no problem with. They lost their best player to an Achilles injury, and they lost Turner in free agency, and they just said this is like we're going to reset this.
I don't see that, but
they did the absolute right thing.
But yeah, them, the Kings, like I
think to the point that the listener made of,
but what you will see is you get to the All-Star break and we aren't in it.
You're bottoming out.
That's when you'll see it really take. And
yes,
yeah.
Did you see
it'll be worse?
Did you see the final possession in the Brooklyn Golden State game the other night?
No.
So I didn't. I just saw it on the highlight of it because I obviously was not watching that game. Golden State had a 2-point lead with 7 or so seconds to go in the game at home. Brooklyn has the ball. They inbounded it under their own basket, down by 2 with 7 seconds to go. The guy caught it and essentially heaved it as if there were 0.7 seconds left on the clock. Like he caught the inbounds pass on essentially his own free throw line, somewhere around there, and just heaved it the length of the floor with 6 seconds to go on the clock. And Golden State was like, okay, and they caught it and just dribbled out the rest of the clock. And there was a video of Horford and Curry just laughing their asses off on the bench, knowing exactly what Brooklyn was doing. Like, we're not going to risk winning this game. It's too risky. So, no matter what you choose, there will be an unintended consequence of it. I don't know how much any of this fixes it.
They're still working within the same system, and that's the biggest issue.
Losing is
you
rewarded.
need to come up with a completely different system.
Because the last time they flattened the odds, they thought, well, this will curtail tanking, and now the number 1 pick doesn't, or the worst team doesn't always go there.
They're not serious about it because they're not going to some sort of, like I said, the only thing that's going to deter owners,
hurt the teams,
when their GM says, we're out of it, let's do this, and they're like, okay, tickets are paid for. What? $50 million fines. That will get the owner's attention.
Could you understand anything of what I said in that segment in terms of describing it? Because I read verbatim off of the ESPN article there that they Shams put out today. So that's the way they phrased it. Could you even follow it? Is it too confusing? We'll read some thoughts on the other side. Also, Adam Silver talked about the Tom Dundon situation in Portland taking over. What were his comments at the Board of Governors press conference the other day? I'll hear from the commissioner on a massive week ahead for your Trailblazers. That's next on The Fan. Well, the NBA is trying to solve a problem that some would argue just ignore, don't even solve. Just go to what the NFL does. Who cares about a lottery? Worst team gets the number one overall pick. It's that simple. You got the worst record in the NBA, Indiana Pacers. Congratulations, you get the number one overall pick. You get the second. Just stop feeding into this narrative that this is a problem. Maybe some people argue that the NBA makes this a bigger deal on their own hands because they constantly talk about it. I think it's a problem for them because of the length and the amount of games that you play and the percentage of your league that ends up falling into this category, which is almost a third of your league seemingly every year. Like the Bucks were in town the other night. We just talked about them. They're the 10th worst team in the NBA. The Bucks are. That's the 10th worst team in the league. And they're actively trying to lose. You only got 20 teams who are even remotely trying. That to me is the issue. We went through the options in the last segment. If you want to go just rewind on the show, you can. I'm not going to read the entire thing again. I don't think they solve any of the problems. I think you're just going to create a different form of tanking or different kinds of tanking, but that is never going to go away. It just won't, because the reality in the NBA is, and we know this better than anybody, if you're a small market team or a middle of nowhere team, the only chance you have at landing a generational star that you desperately need to sell tickets and to have a chance to win at the highest level in this league
is in the draft.
That's the only way you can do it. Now, maybe you're the Golden State Warriors and Johnny Flynn gets taken before Steph Curry and you get lucky. Look at that. Thank you, Minnesota. Yeah. Come on down. It doesn't always have to mean it's the number one pick. Maybe it's Jokic during a Quesarito commercial. Some teams find luck elsewhere outside of the top picks, but traditionally speaking, a lot of these guys are drafted high. And so as long as that is the only way that we have to improve our teams and to go get big names, like teams are they're always going to try and do this. And flattening odds or changing it, like you're not fixing the problem.
The likelihood that you will get that top pick.
Right, but it's not going to change the strategy.
But you're not eliminating it. You're not saying that, okay, if you lose, you don't have a chance.
Right.
They're approaching it the wrong.
When somebody texted in, how about this? Somebody said, how about the Greeny plan? Of all the teams not in the playoffs, the ones with the most wins get the first pick or have the best odds. Then guess what you're going to get? You're going to get teams who are the 8 seed who actively try and lose.
You're going to tank. So that you're just going to tank at the end of the season.
You're going to tank a different way.
You'll start the season.
You'll win 80%.
If we're like the 5 seed, great, let's go.
And then,
but no, now we get a key injury or something,
close
and
up shop.
It's the All-Star break, and we're hovering around 7 or 8, and it's like,
no matter
sure
what
that
you
player's
do,
coming back.
There will be an unintended consequence.
These don't incentivize everybody to try to win every game of the season.
Nope. One of the thoughts that
none of messing with the lottery is going to do that. You either have to absolutely put the fear of God into owners that they're going to be unable to function or make money with ridiculous fines and taking away draft picks if they do this, or you need to find a way to there's something on the line that improves your finances or team even at the end of the season if you've had a crappy year.
Right.
And none of it has to do with the lottery.
No. And like somebody texted in and said, do you think the NFL has a better tanking plan? Like, look, the NFL certainly deals with this. We talk about this late in the season. They don't have the culture of it. And like teams aren't actively trying to lose games. They just put bad rosters together for the most part.
Yeah.
I also just like the NFL is such a different, like
plus players don't have, I mean, they have some guarantees, but if an NFL team wants to cut a guy, they will cut a guy.
It's not a guaranteed contract. They are
constantly playing for
incentives or
keep
contracts.
Their contract or get their next contract.
It also, like, we got to get away from comparing things to the NFL. The NFL could do whatever they want. Roger Goodell could walk out and, I don't know, say
we say that every time. It's like, are the leagues going to pony up this time? He wants to get out of his.
It's like the old Trump thing. I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and none of my supporters would care. Like, that's what the NFL is. No matter what they do,
there'll be a lot of noise about it. There'll be there'll be networks saying, I don't know if we can support this or keep this or whatever.
Yes, you are not the NFL and you'll never be. So the NFL it deals with tanking from time to time, and there's teams at the end of the year that try and lose, and like, of course that exists in the National Football League.
Plus the way that they're set up, you can be, 4 and 6, 10 games in, but you're only 2 games out of a wild card spot.
Right, exactly. Or 2 games out of the number 1 overall pick in the draft, depending on which way you're going to go.
So if you're an NBA team and you're at 500 at the All-Star break, you're, you're somewhere between 7 and 9 seed.
Right.
But can you really take take down
This is a good
an
point,
Oklahoma
too.
City or a Boston or whoever.
Somebody saying the NFL draft also has talent littered all the way through in every round.
Yes.
Brock Purdy's a great example. And the NBA just doesn't have, like, how many second-round picks? It would be a fun experience to look at the last 10 years of second-round picks. Draymond Green, Jokic. How many other ones can you remember? And I'm sure there's others that we're just forgetting.
Yeah.
And there have been guys. But how many superstars come from outside of the first round of the NBA draft? It is so few and far between.
Lottery.
Exactly. It's just a limited number. And you could have a linebacker you take in the fourth round turn out to be the best linebacker in the NFL. Like, that happens all the time. Or Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback in the history of the league to some. He was a sixth-round
pick. Say
pick.
what you want about Russell Wilson now, but he was a third-round pick, started as a rookie,
Won
and
a Super
led
Bowl.
Seattle to back-to-back Super Bowls and a trophy.
It's just, you can't compare the two things, and that's the difficulty of it. There's no right answer to this because no matter what solution you put forward, there will be some sort of consequence. The only other thought that I had, and I don't know what the number would be, I would like some sort of floor in terms of qualifying for it. And so if you want to have a chance for a top 5 pick in the NBA draft, you need to win a certain number of games. Now, we can then debate what is that number for you. So right now in the NBA, let me pull up the standings. You have 4 teams who have yet to win 20 games. The Indiana Pacers, the Brooklyn Nets, the Washington Wizards, and the Sacramento Kings. 16, 17, 17, and 19. So I don't know if you want the threshold to be 22, 25. I don't know where you would want it to be. But just the idea of, like, you can't actively try and lose all season. You have to try and win a certain percentage, and then you're thrown into the lottery of a top 5 pick. Like, that was the best idea that I could come up with that would try and incentivize teams to not be as bad as humanly possible while also not taking away the metric of this is the only pathway Washington or Sacramento or Utah or Memphis or Portland in years past has the way to find a superstar player. But it was a funny announcement today because Adam Silver came out very emphatically. We're putting an end to this problem, and
you're not.
You're not putting an end to the problem at all, as we all said at the time. And I think we've been proven right. There will be consequences of this, no matter what they choose. They're going to vote, and they want to roll this all out before the offseason comes. It will be a problem for years to come in the NBA. This is not going away, despite the change of the structure. But what it will change, and I brought this up earlier. Bobby Marks pointed it out. Having future draft picks. Like another team's future picks, that the calculus of that is going to change. Whereas in the past, if we had Indiana's first round pick, obviously this year you feel great. Hey, look at that. We might have the number 1 pick in the draft. But if you flatten the odds all the way to the 10 worst teams in the league, now all of a sudden I got Milwaukee's first round pick and they're 29 and 43. I'm living large, baby. The odds of that being the number 1 overall pick went up exponentially in one of these possible scenarios. So that calculus will change. Didn't get to the Adam Silver audio there. We'll do that on the other side. We got to dive back into the Sweet 16 because we got more games tonight. We got a bunch still to do. Hour and a half left. All of it still to come. Adam Silver audio next. First for Swag with Sports Center.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, after hiring new head football and men's basketball coaches over this past winter, Scott Barnes announced Thursday he is set to retire from his athletic director post August 31st at Oregon State, although he will stay on for at least another year as senior athletic advisor, assisting in the transition to the reinvented Pac-12. Sweet 16 action tonight in the East and Midwest regions. We start in Washington, D.C. with top-seeded Duke and fifth-seeded St. John's at 4:10 on Coin 6, 4:35 on TBS. The other top seed is Michigan. They're facing fourth-seed Alabama. 6:45 on Coin 6, UConn and Michigan State lock horns. At 7:10, back in the Midwest, it is TBS for the 6th-seeded Tennessee Volunteers and 2nd-seeded Iowa State Cyclones. Blazers continue their homestand tonight, 7 o'clock tip against the Dallas Mavericks. If you don't have a ticket, you can see it on KUNP Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland Holding is a 10.5-point favorite, starting tonight a half game behind the Clippers in the race for the 8th spot in the West. LA is on the road at the Pacers today at 4:10. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on
right, welcome back. We got everybody out there hollering about tanking. It's taking over the office today. How do we fix this? Not a right answer. And no matter what you do, don't compare yourself to the NFL, because the NFL stands alone on all of our shoulders. Hey, how about this right now? If you text the word Bobby, B-O-B-B-Y, to 503-864-6326, you'll be entered for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Bobby Lee on September 18th at the Elsinore Theater in Salem, 1051thefan.com. For complete details, again, text Bobby, B-O-B-B-Y, 503-864-6326. Last thing on this, and I promise we'll move on and I'll play the Adam Silver audio. I just wanted to go through some of these texts. I don't have time to respond to all of them, but like somebody brought up the idea of, and this always gets brought up when this topic comes up, of FIFA relegation, rotating pools. That's the right solution here. It just will never happen. So you're right for bringing that up. That is the best. Like, you're that bad? No, you're not going to the lottery. You're going to the damn G League and playing the remix now. But you'll never get the owners to sign off on that. So it just simply won't happen. You know, no matter what anybody brings up, like easy solution, reverse the lottery odds, give the first team out of the playoffs the most lottery balls. Again, then you would get teams. And tanking probably wouldn't be as bad as you would imagine as it is right now, but you would get teams in the playoffs. Like, if let's say that the playoffs existed in the current landscape, and that was the Blazers, and you told me the first team out of the playoffs has the best chance of the number one overall pick. If Joe Cronin didn't purposely lose games in the play-in to become the first team out, he should be fired immediately, because what are we doing here? So you would get teams tanking in different ways, and no matter what you do, there will be a consequence of it. That's the larger point. Anyways, let's get to this. So we are on the brink. I'm going to be on vacation next week, so I'm assuming this announcement will come at some point while I'm gone, and I won't have the time on the air to pay homage to our wonderful steward, Joey Allen, who is no longer going to be the owner of the Portland Trailblazers. We finally have our moment. Our day is nearly upon us. Yes. And I think Adam Silver the other day. So the Board of Governors meeting happened to vote on the idea. Adam will tell you, we didn't vote on expansion.
No,
we voted on...
We're exploring.
Exploring expansion.
In Seattle and Las Vegas specifically.
Only those two markets. It's like, what are we doing here, Adam? God, grab your balls. What happened to those things, Adam?
Squeeze them damn things. So, make sure you got two.
I don't think he does. So we're not expanding, just we're exploring. He also, though, was asked, because they're going to have another vote likely at some point this week to decide on the ownership stake of the Portland Trailblazers. Just
approve that the sale is... everything's done.
We got the money. It's in escrow. Here it is.
Yes.
Like 80% up front. All right. Here is Adam Silver. A little bit lengthy, but I thought this is something Blazer fans would want to hear. Talking about the process, getting to meet all the business partners involved with Dundon. Here is Adam Silver on a big week ahead for your Portland Trailblazers.
Getting to know Tom, I've known him by reputation for a long time, not just through his ownership of the Carolina Hurricanes, but also through his other sports investments he's made. I mean, he's a go-getter. He's got a great reputation as a sort of having led a turnaround in the NHL. He certainly has enormous passion and spirit. He wants to be successful. He wants to be successful both as a businessman in Portland. He wants to be successful with the team on the floor. I also had an opportunity yesterday to meet the rest of his group, the rest of his ownership group. Similarly, you have some very successful people who are coming here. So I see no reason why he won't be successful in Portland. I think that he recognizes it's a unique opportunity. We very many different types of markets in the NBA, but when you have markets that are single sport markets, I should say we also have a WNBA team coming to Portland as well right now, and I think that makes what needs to happen in the building even that much more important, because you can have two major league basketball teams there. So of course we need a state-of-the-art arena to play in. I think there seems to be agreement. As you know, I was in market recently that the Moda Center needs an upgrade. There's been a vote already to ensure that's going to happen. I think there's some other pieces that need to come together in the market to ensure that there's long-term support. But I'm a big fan of the market. It was nice to be there. Joe Masco, my colleague, and I were there recently, and the support has been enthusiastic. Senator Wyden has gotten very involved as well. So we expect that there'll be a vote shortly from our board. Tom and his group were just interviewed yesterday, so that's now the additional process, but that should happen in short order. And I think Tom is anxious and ready to go and wants to build a championship franchise there.
It should be added to, and credit to both guys for being there. Sean Hyken, Rose Garden Report, and Joe Freeman of the Oregonian were both at the Board of Governors meeting and press conference with Adam Silver, and they were able to talk to him. I don't know if they asked questions at this presser or if they did a little sidebar with him that'll happen from time to time in settings like this, but they added basically corroborating the stuff about Paul Allen in his will, putting in a thing saying that you had to sell to somebody who, I mean, you can never say 100%, right, that you're going to move the team, but that was a main priority of a purchasing group, that they would keep the team in Portland. And Adam Silver told both of them that the idea of a NBA team, because what they were voting on the other day was the idea of putting a team back in Seattle, having an NBA team in Portland and Seattle makes travel and scheduling so much significantly easier for teams on the West Coast. And so it's kind of a win-win for everybody involved. You get that shorter trip, more West Coast teams. It just makes life a lot easier. And the even number will help things as well, especially if you put one in Seattle and Vegas. That just 2 more hubs on this side of the country would help a ton from a travel standpoint for West Coast teams. So it'd be beneficial for teams like the Blazers. I just like... Nobody knows how this is going to turn out, right? Like we've had I know Meringue has brought up his issues with some of the cost-cutting things, and he's only 80% up front, and we don't have a Steve Ballmer. And I'm not trying to, poo-poo any of that. Like I understand that just because we have change doesn't mean change is always going to be a good thing. We went through this a little bit, to be honest, at GM. Like Neil O'Shea was such a pariah at the end of his run. Everybody wanted him out, and he somehow bent the ear of Jody Allen to fire Stotts, but keep him. Let me hire my buddy, but drink a water bottle during a press conference. It was disastrous. They finally made that change, and we were so eager for just somebody new that really no matter what Cronin did, I was going to kind of be supportive of it, of like, as long as it's not Neil O'Shea, I'm happy about that. And I don't think Cronin's been a terrible general manager. He has not been perfect. Nobody is. He's whiffed on some things. He's hit on some things. But just because you get change doesn't mean immediately that things will evolve and get better. But I at least, and we talked about this a little bit earlier for Oregon State fans, of the idea of having Scott Barnes out. Again, your landscape might be your landscape no matter who your AD is. And you might bring somebody in and realize funding isn't there and TV revenue isn't there, and you don't have a lot of hope. I don't know what the long-term answer is or how that's going to play out, but hope can be a very powerful thing. And I will say, just at least in the short term, as a Blazer fan, I just never fully bought into the idea that Jody was going to do whatever it took in order to win. That it was more of I'm a steward of this, and I'm not saying she said no to everything they asked to spend for, but there's just when you get somebody who is competitive in life and is passionate and cares, and their ultimate priority is winning at all costs, I just have more hope as a fan that that's my owner. And I'm fascinated to see how this plays out. Like, do we think he takes over and we get an off season of upheaval? And people are losing their jobs, and we're changing this, and we're trading guys away, and we make an all-in move. Like you had that with Ishbia on Phoenix. He took over and immediately was like, let's roll the dice, baby. And it didn't work out for him, but hey, Phoenix is having not a bad year this year, and they moved off of Durant, and they've already pivoted. So again, I don't know what the long-term outlook actually is. I just am very excited that there's some hope on the horizon, it feels like, with just a new voice, a new person in charge, and somebody who we can debate how deep their pockets are. We can debate some of the decisions and moves they made with other organizations that they've owned. The one thing that we can't really debate about Tom Dundon is that he's an ultra-competitive person that's not buying this as a business interest. This is not a money. I mean, he's a billionaire. He wants to make money.
He's not just going to pour money.
But he's buying it with the emphasis of wanting to win. And that has been the gist that we have got from everybody we've talked to who has known him in the NHL circles and now in the NBA circles. I saw that Cuban had quotes on this of like, dude, the guy's passionate. He's a bit psychotic about this stuff, and he's all in. And you hear from Silver there, he's ready to go. So it's interesting to think, like, I'm going to be gone next week when it happens, but we are going to have by the time next week is over, because I think it's supposed to happen in the next 4 or 5 days, they'll vote on this. We are going to have a new owner of the Portland Trailblazers. What year did Paul Allen buy him? Do you remember off the top of your head?
Oh, boy.
Is it late 80s?
88-ish? 86, 87?
Let me see. Because it's been in the...
Moda was built in, what, 94?
94 sounds right. 1988.
Yeah.
For $70 million. from Larry Weinberg. 35 years old. He was the youngest owner in major sports franchise at the time, and obviously owned it all the way until 2018, and Jody's owned it since. So it's been in the Allen family since before I was born. I was born in 1989. Sorry for that. And we're going to get into some new stewardship. Tom Dundon to the rescue. I'm fascinated to see what the first interview he does, the first time, because he hasn't been able to talk publicly about any of this stuff.
Yeah.
And now we're getting this, these deep dives into his business practices and all this.
If he's coming to Portland, if he'll just do kind of a big press conference. Or
do we get something right away, or do they wait till the end of the season? It's interesting to me.
Does he just kind of, he'll have to do something at some point. He might come at they say, hey, he's going to talk before the Blazer game. So the assembled media, they'll go into the media room there to do it. And then we'll do a big, more formal thing at the end of the season.
Could be the case,
Does he make the rounds? His
Carolina Hurricanes are tied for the best record in the NHL, by the way.
Yeah, he's a little
They are a wagon, and they
there.
are heading to the playoffs as maybe the number one seed in the Eastern Conference.
Yep, they've been knocking on the door of another Stanley Cup for quite a while, and many think this is the year.
They're tied with Buffalo with 96 points. So they're loaded, and they got a deep run ahead of them.
I still can't believe that's tied with Buffalo.
I know that's good. I know that's an inside
hockey fans
thing.
are like,
yeah,
what
Buffalo? But what year is it? 1996? What are we talking about here? Yeah, Buffalo's back. So Tom Dundon, at some point in the next week, will be the owner, 80% at least, of the Trailblazers. He's buying it in phases. It's the way a lot of these go now. The Celtics, now they are more expensive, to be fair. The Celtics are about twice the cost, if not more than that. But they bought 80% up front, 20% on a later date. That's what Dundon is doing. And his group met with Silver and the Board of Governors this week, and that vote will come any time now. Let's get to the idea. Do we still hate this team the way that we've always hated this team? Because one columnist says that we do not. Do we agree with that take? We'll get that next on The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Krivos to the basket. Krivos powers it down. Patient. Everybody gets a touch.
That was an easy call for laying the wood. CBS last night, Brian Anderson on the call. Arizona laid the wood, 109 points, second most in an NCAA tournament game ever. They beat UNLV back in 1976 in the Sweet 16, scoring 114. The most points, or second most points by any team in the Sweet 16 or later in 35 years in the NCAA tournament. And the first NCAA tournament team in history to have at least 6 players score 14-plus points. They rolled Arkansas, and they look like maybe the favorite from here on out, although we'll see how the top seeds do tonight. Laying the Wood brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, special orders. Visit them, MrPlywoodInc.com, or their location on Southeast Stark Street. All right, let me check the notes here, see what else we got coming up. What have we not gotten to today? Ooh, we have not had the Will Wade conversation, LSU conversation. That's still in my notes. We'll get to that. I do want to Sprague the line today. I thought it'd be fun. I got some things I want to gamble on this weekend.
Got Sweet 16 stuff.
There's a ton of stuff going on, man. You can gamble on 1 million baseball games. Our Tyler O'Neill bet did not cash yesterday. I led you astray. I apologize.
No, he did get a hit.
He did get a hit. It was funny, though, the power of gambling, because I did bet on him to hit a home run yesterday.
The broadcast certainly brought it up.
They did.
They did not ignore it.
They did not, and I watched almost the entirety of that game. Gambling, baby.
Well, one, it was a good game. There were a couple of blowouts.
A lot of blowouts.
On.
That was the
Detroit
only
jumped
game.
on San Diego early.
Yep.
Obviously, the Brewers just destroyed the White Sox. So for the midday games, that one, I think it was scoreless into the 7th.
It was. Not a lot of hits, not a lot of up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down the entire time.
Both starting pitchers were dealing.
And Camden Yards is beautiful. If
Camden Yards is beautiful. The Orioles broadcast crew is awesome.
Solid. My only beef for that game, side tangent, the Twins.
Well, they're the Twins. What do you want?
Why? Look, you know my general philosophy on uniforms. Retro is better, and teams learn that. Every time they do it, the retro jerseys sell out and you make money.
Yeah.
What is wrong with their old logo?
I don't know.
Why did we go to an M with the star above it, which I'm sure signifies...
Now, what I don't know is if those current are like a throwback to like long time ago.
The pinstripes from the Kirby Puckett days.
I know.
The TC and what are we doing here? That was
those were great.
It's one of the best logos out there.
Yeah,
I love their uniforms.
I don't know if this is all brand new, regenerated for a modern age, or if it's like a throwback to like the Rod Carew.
Sure,
maybe
even further back. Let's just blame Fanatics. I'm sure they had a hand.
Okay,
in it. Those bastards at Fanatics, can't trust them, man.
You'll see how long it takes my hat to get here.
Yeah,
although it's a new era hat, so I don't think they monkey with the hats. It's a new era has the major league thing on caps.
I also have a fun story on movie props. We'll get to that in the final hour. So lots still to get to in the show. I saw this yesterday. I'm just scrolling through, doing some show prep, and I'm like, am I reading what I think I'm reading right now? And I want to know from people out there. So this came from The Athletic, and the gist of the article is essentially, this is from Chris Vanini, a well-known reporter.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Vanini's been around forever. And he approached it with the idea of, is hating Duke basketball falling out of style? And so we are now under year 2 of John Shire. He took over. Cooper Flagg, not a bad year 1. Or is it year 2 or year 3? Year 2, right?
I think year 3.
Is it year 3? Did I shortchange him a year?
Yeah.
So last year, great team, right? They went on a tournament run, didn't quite win the title, but a really fun team to watch all year. Cooper Flagg, Con Knipple, the Nipple Bros, doing awesome. This year, 1 seed, a little bit of a scare in round 1. Siena shook their boots a little bit. And then they woke up, steamrolled in round 2, and they play St. John's today. They have the first game up, 4:10 on CBS, Duke versus St. John's. Is there validity to this for you, or are you like me reading this saying, what are we talking about?
No, there's actually validity.
You don't hate Duke as much under John Shire.
What
is it about John Shire?
Coach K. I thought Coach K was overly arrogant.
So it's more of a Coach K thing than it is I like John Shire
thing.
Now,
do I hope Duke loses? Am I rooting for most teams against Duke? Yes.
Okay, so you still root against them.
Do I hate them?
Interesting, not as much.
No, Shire is he's hard to... Now, he might eventually get there. Like if they go win a title here this year.
Oh, he'll be insufferable. If he starts racking up rings at Manhurst.
He doesn't come across initially on his high horse and sanctimonious the way that Coach K did.
Interesting.
Don't tell me you're not playing the same game that everybody else is.
He actually, like his comments after the Siena win, because Jerry McNamara was the coach there. He's now at Syracuse. He left. In the immediate aftermath of that game, he was like, man, he outcoached my ass from start to finish, dude.
I think
he ran circles around me.
Just a little more,
I'll never forget Coach K when they lost Oregon the year before they went to the Final Four. They made a run to the Elite Eight, and they lost to Buddy Hield in Oklahoma. And in that run, they beat Duke in the Sweet 16. Now, Dylan Brooks is a douche. I grant you that. I don't defend a lot of his actions. But he was like making shots late in the game, and Coach K did the let me pull you aside, young man, afterwards.
Yeah.
That's not how we win. It's like, dude, you know how long it's been since Oregon's been to an Elite Eight? It's been a minute for us, man. We're pretty pumped.
You're not everybody's grandfather.
No, you don't need to be the
Stop
one.
it.
If he wants to make another shot at the end of the game, he's going to make another shot at the end of the game.
Exactly.
I don't care who the hell you are, Coach K.
Let the fans sound off on it, but that's not your job.
I remember that being a storyline.
So, no. Do I hate Duke?
So you don't hate them, but you still root against them. It's basically the gist of what I'm getting?
Team, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a Duke fan, but I don't despise them in a manner
the
of
way that you phrase it is good, because my initial thought was I'm rooting like hell for St. John's tonight. I want to see Rick Pitino in the Elite Eight, but part of that is Pitino and who they're playing.
I was never
St. John's.
the biggest Pitino fan.
I get it. I don't blame you there. He's super slimy. My thought is they're all slimy. It's just what level of slime do you like or not like?
Or don't tell me you're not slimy.
Right. Well, yeah.
Like Calipari's a little bit more like,
I do what I do.
I do what I do and deal with it.
Yeah.
As opposed to trying to say you're not this.
It's 13 seconds in the bathroom. Don't worry about it, all right? We'll be okay. You're all right. God, I hope he walks out in a white suit tonight against Duke. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, they're in D.C., so I don't know what.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think there's some validity to what you're bringing of maybe the level of hate isn't what it used to be, but you still root for them to lose every game, so there still is a semblance of hate there.
Well, I don't know if it's falling out of style. There's a difference between rooting for somebody to lose
and hating
or rooting for the other team to beat them, as opposed to, kind of the underdog mentality.
Yeah.
Going for it.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into these games a little bit because that is the first game up. You got a guy with a pound of weed maybe playing in the game tonight against Michigan. That's in the notes. Michigan State, UConn.
Now, I don't think because got, from what I heard, he was removed from the team until this thing.
They make up their own rules. Swag.
I understand that.
It's Alabama. Do you have to list the roster at a certain date before a tournament game?
There is. They did require an availability report in the tournament.
He was listed as out for their last game. I don't think they've listed one for this game.
Oh, I'll have to go see if I can find one.
Go see if you can find that. Yeah, I'll be curious on that. A red ass off, and we got Hurley versus Izzo, who's the first one to choke out one of their own players. That's a fun storyline. And then Rick Barnes, but quick tangent on him. He had a really funny line of somebody asked him, your name's not coming up, or he jokingly said, how come nobody's asking me about the North Carolina opening? Because he's older, he's not going anywhere. And he had a great line. He's like, I'm from North Carolina. Don't you guys know that? And he was like trying to play it. Why is anybody asking me about this? It was really funny. So it should be good. Another great night of the Sweet 16. We'll dive into some of those matchups and thoughts on them. Let's start though with Will Wade, the slimy nature of what's happening in this circumstance, and also so much for keeping your budgets under control inside your athletic department. How much has LSU spent in the last year? I'll tell you. We'll start the final hour there next on The Fan.
A Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Oregon State has begun the search for a new athletic director to install September 1st. That is when Scott Barnes will step down from his post, announcing Thursday he is set to retire August 31st. He will stay on for about a year as senior athletic advisor, helping the transition to the newly reinvented Pac-12. Sweet 16 action today in the East and Midwest regions in Washington, D.C. at 4:10 on Coin 6. Top seed Duke and fifth seeded St. John's. From United Center in Chicago at 4:35 on TBS. Top seed Michigan facing fourth seed Alabama. 6:45 on Coin 6. UConn and Michigan State will lock horns. The nightcap 7:10 on TBS. Sixth seeded Tennessee taking on second seeded Iowa State. Blazers continue to chase the 8th seed in the West. They're a half game behind the Clippers starting play tonight, hosting the Dallas Mavericks, 7 o'clock. You can see it on KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016. If you don't have a ticket, Portland holding as a 10.5-point favorite. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of dirt. On the Fan Sports Network.
Hey, let's do this. Final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland sports leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your Fridays are off to a great start.
Time to nut up or shut up.
One more hour left in the work week. Time to nut up or shut up, Dan. Here we go. Power through. One more hour to go. And then I'm off on vacation next week. Sprague will be back next week. Fill-in shows. Joe and Rashad will do Monday, and then Sprague will be back on Tuesday. Swag will be here the entire time. He's got to work until he can take his 3 weeks off for Italy later this summer.
Well, I've got a long weekend, middle of April.
You do? Oh, you got a long weekend in April?
That's the Brotherhood reunion in Louisville.
Louisville. You got to say it right when you're down there. You got to make sure.
We'll figure that out.
They're very serious about the saying. I drank with some gals from a bar from Louisville at one time.
Okay.
They are very serious.
Well, I figured
about
the first distillery tasting we've got, I will double check. Are we getting this right?
It's right.
And maybe after a couple, I'll have it down.
If there's a Louis in there, they get very upset.
No.
If you get Louis on them,
is it one syllable or two or 1.5?
Louisville.
It's not 2 syllables.
No, I think it's
Louisville.
1.5. Louisville.
Yeah.
Louisville. 1.5.
We'll get it for you.
1.5.
I'll report back.
Dial in.
But I'm gone, Thursday through the fall. My last show will be Wednesday, and I'll be back on the Tuesday.
That'll be a fun trip. Louisville. Never been to Louisville before. Lots to get to in this hour of radio. We will spring line, have some fun with some weekend stuff coming up in a bit. We'll talk a little bit about the Sweet 16 games. We just kind of talked about, do you still hate Duke? So we'll dive into some of those matchups. I'm curious what you think are some of the keys and things we're looking for. Let's get to this, though, and I think back to comments made by the governor of the state when they decided to fire their head football coach, and he did a press conference. Now, for those who don't know, at LSU, they currently don't have a president.
Right. The governor's running things.
The governor is running the show. I believe his name is Jeff Landry, and he sounds about as Louisiana as you could sound.
Squeeze them damn things. Make sure you got man. Here we go.
And he did this lengthy, ranty press conference right after they fired Brian Kelly and paid him, $50 million or whatever it was to not work anymore. And he said, enough of this fiscal irresponsibility, okay? These are public institutions, and we're not handing out any of these big contracts with these big buyouts anymore, all right? That's not the way we're going to operate. He even joked about letting Trump make the next hire for the LSU head football coach. Well, after all that conversation about fiscal responsibility and doing things the right way, are we ready to dive into how much money LSU has spent in the last calendar year? You ready for this? Back in the napkin math that we got here. So this came from Pete Thamel yesterday. Here we go. At least $190 million since October.
Wow.
How did we get there? Funny you asked that question. Let me tell you. They had a $54 million buyout of Brian Kelly to fire him. They bought out Lane Kiffin from Ole Miss for $3 million. Matt McMahon was I believe their basketball coach, and they just paid him $8 million to not work anymore. The Will Wade buyout at NC State, $5.3 million. They could have waited until April 1st. It would have dropped to $3 million, but you got to get that deal done now. And he's now the new head coach at LSU. So $5.3 million. They gave Lane Kiffin a $91 million contract to be their next head football coach, which guess what they're going to have to do if they want to fire him early? Buy him out and give him a lot of money. And last but not least, Will Wade, approximately, people are rumored to have a $30 million contract in place to be their new basketball coach, or their basketball coach again, shall we say, because he was fired for nefarious activities not that long ago from LSU, and the projected amount of money spent on their football roster is $40 million. So just in terms of dollars and cents that they have either committed to shelling out or shelled out since October.
This isn't having anything to do with, internal operations of things.
We're at $190 million. And look, I understand that the landscape of college athletics is really frustrating for a lot of people. And the players who enter the portal and you're bouncing around and I don't get to know you and there's no camaraderie, I understand every single one of those complaints. The one thing that always keeps me from going over the top in terms of criticizing the players who do it is this kind of stuff. Will Wade was in the NCAA tournament with NC State. He just did a press conference after their tournament loss in which he was asked about the interest that we all knew LSU had in him and what was his get-out-of-jail-free card in that interview. At the time, LSU had not fired their coach yet. They were waiting to hear back from Will Wade before they fired their head coach, and so he responded and said, well, is the LSU job even open? Why would you ask me about that? That was his response. And it just reminds you, this guy was at NC State for 1 year. 1 year. And then LSU comes. That's an ACC program. Historically relevant program. One of the most iconic coaches and moments in the history of college basketball came via NC State. Yeah. You're not coaching at High Point. You're not coaching at Stephen F. Austin.
When some universities just are going to have, eventually you'll have a buyout. But they'll just be, no, your first 3 years are guaranteed, and there's no buyout.
If you don't go after, if you don't win after that, we get rid of you, there's no buyout.
We'll, if you need a year or whatever to, we got to suffer through some stuff because you got to turn the roster over or whatever. So short of, something for cause, obviously, you're hanging out with the secretary too much or
you're
whatever.
You're Sharon Moore, if you will.
Yes.
Yeah.
As it relates to basketball, when are we going to get them where they're just going, you know what, we're signing you to a 3-year deal. You're here 3 years. You're not going anywhere.
We won't fire you in the first 3 years.
We can't fire you.
Yeah, we'll give you 3 years.
3 years.
After that,
then the buyout kicks in after year 3.
It's a great point. That's what Jeff Landry said they were going to do at LSU, and they have not done that. They've spent $190 million on athletics since October.
I don't know if you can do it at the highest end of football, just because.
Probably not.
And there's like one agent that seems to have all the top football coaches.
Every single one of them.
But I'm wondering, for basketball, maybe you can't get, if you're trying to get a Patino or a Bill Self or a, Tommy Lloyd, maybe you don't get them. But
fully guaranteed contracts and having to buy out the
But if you're going to bring somebody up like Iowa did from a Division II level, you don't think that guy was like, okay, I got 3 years. I don't have to win 25 games and get to the Sweet 16 right away.
Yeah, exactly.
I got a little room to do it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I wonder if we'll get to the point where we see that.
I think it would be a great step in the right direction where we can't get rid of you 3 years in, and you shouldn't fire a coach 3 years in unless, again, it is something that's nefarious that's happening off the court or off the field.
If you do catch lightning in a bottle and hit the transfer portal and we get a freshman and make a run, I don't have to worry about you bolting for the next gig right away.
Right. I got 3 years of you. You got 3 years of me. It's going both ways. It reminds me of, so we didn't talk about this, but a coach just took another job, and he had a moment in the job interview that everybody laughed at because it was a hilarious moment. I think Hodgson is how you say his last name, the South Florida guy.
Oh, yeah.
He went to Providence, right? He has this hilarious line. He, by the way, has a hairline just like me, so shout out to that guy. We're hanging on for dear life, buddy. Almost identical, just beaver pelt in the middle of the forehead, everything else around it's going away. And he had a great line of saying, I can recruit, look at my wife. And then everybody looked up his wife, and they're like, oh, that guy can recruit. Again, his hairline, it speaks for itself. Do you know what he did about a month ago when he was the head coach at South Florida? He did a press conference after a game and went on a tangent about how programs were calling his players, trying to entice his players to come. He did the whole, I'm threatening to out you for trying to poach my players, stay the hell away from my players. And a month later, you know how long he was at South Florida for?
Year.
1 year.
Yeah.
And about a month later, Providence calls. Good job, but not like you're not going to North Carolina or Duke.
I mean, it's a Big East job.
Sure,
but
it's Providence. All right, I get why you're taking it. He takes the first available plane, jumps on it, and says, I'm getting the hell out of here. So a month ago, you were talking out of one side of your mouth saying, don't poach my players and tamper with my players, while Providence's AD is actively talking to your agent in the middle of your season trying to get you away. And this is where, again, I get the player side of it. I understand why people are frustrated with transfer portal and all that. But
I don't know.
Coaches have been doing this forever.
I don't know if the NCAA can, because the NFL has rules about coaching interviews with guys that are in the playoffs.
Yes, you got to wait till a certain point.
I don't know if the NCAA has the teeth anymore to say,
oh, you got to wait till the Elite Eight.
We're going to have a coaching window here. We're not. And try to make a calendar uniform.
Yes.
So
finish the season. Then your free agency starts. Then your coaching hires happen.
Look, then your
off-season takes place.
Obviously, we know in the NFL you have an agent, and there's exploratory stuff going on behind the scenes. None of us are naive to think nobody is, but you can't have formal interviews until they're done in the playoffs, or there's a window, in between. For teams that got the first round bye, okay, you can interview guys here in these 4 days before they're getting ready, but let's not screw with the preparation of our playoffs and the postseason,
right.
And leave teams hanging.
You would think we could fix that.
But again,
problem, right?
I don't know what teeth the NCAA has left.
I think the answer is none, unfortunately, and so there's nothing that it's actually going to get worse. We didn't talk about it. We haven't talked about it. Did you see that Nebraska players are filing a lawsuit against this clearinghouse thing for not approving their NIL deals? And if they win that lawsuit, it will blow up the entire clearinghouse thing.
That's none.
That thing that has been around for not even a year, approving what can or cannot be done as NIL deals might get blown up by a judge.
The biggest issue is the clearinghouse was not properly staffed to handle the load of stuff coming into their office.
Right.
They simply can't respond fast enough.
Yeah, that's part of it.
And so
but some of them got
it.
turned down by Nebraska players, and they're saying, what gives you the grounds to tell me what I can and cannot be paid?
Exactly.
And all it takes is one judge in a courthouse somewhere to say, they're right, this is a free market system, and the entire system that we've created is already blown up.
It's already blown up before it ever actually
Let's come up with a new
foot.
model. This will solve it next time.
I mean, no, it shouldn't be the federal government's place, but that's literally the only thing that can establish some sort of
It's the only
rule
solution.
Of law.
The only two solutions out of all this are a union for the players, which will never happen because there's too many of them and there's too many sports.
Right.
Or federal legislation. That is it. Outside of that, it's just lawsuits and lawsuits and lawsuits and no rules and no guardrails. So the Will Wade stuff is super shady. The way he let the AD at NC State was livid. Boo Kerrigan came out.
Yeah.
Our friend Boo from the College Football Playoff Committee came out and was like, I just talked to this guy 2 days ago. He said he had no interest in taking that job. He lied through his teeth. And you should have known who you were dealing with.
Yeah.
And there was a camera that caught him, so he showed up already at Baton Rouge at their campus, and he rolled down his windows, a bunch of reporters there. He said, if I start answering questions, they're going to get upset with me, so I can't say anything right now. And then as he's pulling away, he just said, I'm trying to follow the rules this time. To which everybody responded, Will, there are no rules left, buddy.
Anymore,
you go do what you want to do.
There's just what's in your contract.
Is there a more unlikable athletic department than LSU?
No.
Because Kim Mulkey drives people nuts, right? People hate her in women's basketball.
Yes.
Lane Kiffin that was so sleazy the way that he did it to leave Ole Miss in the conference. Screw.
He'll never
get
the benefit of the doubt again.
Never. Will Wade is as slimy could be. Who's their baseball coach? Do you know? Do people hate their baseball coach?
I don't know.
Because I know that's been a thing for Oregon State fans over the years at LSU, and that's
I don't know if there's a long time. I think there was a long time guy there, but I thought he retired.
Well, let's just say we hate that guy too. Let's hate that guy too. So LSU, welcome to the. They're not spending anymore. Just
Here
100.
we go, man. Here we go.
Nobody's been beloved there since Edo.
No.
That was the last one.
It's $190 million since October. That was 5 months ago, man. 5 months ago. That'll fix the problem. Let's get to the Sweet 16 tonight. Are we excited for the games? Best matchups? Also, what is the most you would spend on a random movie prop? A random story that I saw that made me chuckle from people in my generation, at least. I'll tell you what that is and what they bought with the money. That's next on The Fan.
When the tournament moment calls for bold, break your beak. Beak Breaker IPA from Pelican Brewing. Enough to break your beak, not your bracket.
Marcus Lawrence, you put all that. Look at this pass. Oh, my goodness. Fulgaris! What happened?
Well, that was a major defensive breakdown there.
That'll bust your bracket. You never go full Hoosiers with a minute to go in the game. Let's play with 5 next time, Fred. Iowa and Nebraska. Great game back and forth. Iowa did not have a lead in the game until 2:10 remaining in the second half, and then they led the rest of the way. First Elite Eight for them since 1987. I felt brutal for Nebraska fans. They thought they were going to win that one. Slipped through their hands late. Still a great season for them, but their bracket has been. Busted Bracket Buster Report brought to you by Beak Breaker IPA from Pelican Brewing, packed with citrus hops, killer aroma, smooth finish, Beak Breaker enough to break your beak, not your bracket.
Feeling the
All right, welcome back in. Random movie trivia that I saw earlier this week. I don't know if anything.
Curious about this.
Now, this might be completely out of your wheelhouse, so I apologize if so. Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. Let me guess, not a fan? I assumed. Okay.
Jim Carrey, for me, there's a couple things he was great in.
Yeah.
But when he goes over the top,
For kids my age, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective was like the Monty Python Holy Grail. That was peak comedy for little kids that were 7, 8 years old.
For me, some of it was just so stupid. It was
very stupid. There's a scene where he talks out of his butt. Swag. He bends over and talks out of his butt, which, if you're 9 years old, is one of the funniest things you've ever seen. Right? Yeah. There was a piece. So there's a scene in the movie. I can't remember which. I think it's the first one, but I can't remember because I think he did 2 of them. So maybe it was the second one. Where he is investigating somebody he's in Africa, and he's out in the middle of a field, and he is watching some sort of shady deal go down through his investigative tactics, and he's doing it sitting in a mechanical rhino. And then the mechanical rhino, it's hot, you're in Africa, you're encased in, anybody who's seen the movie, we all remember the scene. Basically, the electronics in it malfunction, and so his AC turns off in this mechanical rhino, and now he's roasting to death. And he's realizing, I got to get out of here. There's only one hole in the rhino to get out because you can't open the door. It's all locked down. And where's the one hole? It's out of the rear end of the rhino. And as he's crawling out, there's a safari group that comes driving by, and he's trying to climb out of this rhino. Mommy, the rhino's giving birth. They run over, and it's naked Jim Carrey that falls out of there. The rhino from the movie.
Oh, wow.
It was estimated to sell for $8,000. I guess there's this propstore.com sale thing that they do where they get these old movie props that are just laying around and they sell them. Was estimated, the highest estimate, they said, maybe somebody else spent $8,000. It's a mechanical rhino. Somebody dropped 60 G's on this thing.
Yeah, this is the problem.
G's.
This is how you know there's too many rich people over in this country.
If you're spending $60,000 on a mechanical
it's crap
rhino.
like this.
I saw that earlier. The butt birth mechanical rhino, Ace Ventura, sold for $60,000.
Now, is there some movie thing that, you'd be like,
if you could get my hands on the bat from The Natural, to put on my wall in the man cave, that would be near the top.
Now, didn't
of my
it shatter?
list.
Wasn't that the whole?
I mean,
did they actually break Wonder Boy, or was there a stunt?
That's a good point. I don't know the answer to that. I'm gonna see. Let me see who owns the original Wonder Boy. Because that's like the lightning bolt and the car. Who doesn't love The Natural, right?
If you can get the one, or did they actually shatter it
in the scene? I hope they didn't. It is split. Sega owns the trademark, character title, owned the game. Okay, that's Wonder Boy. This is the wrong thing. What are we doing here?
Come on, Google
AI.
Come
on, Google. That's not I don't want a video game. I want the bat. Who owns the bat? Damn it. Private collector bought it. So it does still exist. Sold in 2022, $137,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was thinking, what would be cool to have that's not obnoxious like the mechanical?
Yeah, can you think of anything that wouldn't be that expensive?
Indiana Jones whip.
There's no way that's cheap, is it? There's no
way it's cheap. But if you're talking about something that I'm going to. What would be so iconic?
The whip would be pretty cool. Have you ever used a whip before?
No.
I'd be scared too. I've never used one. I would be terrified of slashing myself.
I think somebody that's a fly fisherman would probably be good at understanding how to the right lever action with your, is it wrist, is it elbow?
I would be terrified of that thing coming back and slashing me in the face or the eye. Yeah. No, thank you. I want nothing to do with using it.
But if that was encased and up on your wall,
that's a good one.
In the man cave.
I mean, the hat would be the top price, but that's super expensive.
I think the whip is cooler.
Let me see if anybody owns the Indiana Jones whip. Yes, you ready for this?
How much is it?
What? Okay, this is wild.
See, that would be something I would expect Harrison Ford to have.
You ready for this backstory? This is crazy. So in 1989, Harrison Ford, now this is just one of them, so I think it's because of probably the ownership stake here is why this one was so expensive. I don't know how many they had for the movie. In 1989, Harrison Ford gifted a whip from the movie, one of the whips that they used in filming, to Prince Charles and Princess Diana. So I don't know if they were
Wait,
here
what?
or he was there. I don't know what. In 1989, he gave one of the whips to them.
Oh.
And the whip that was
there was probably multiple props
I would assume.
because in case it broke or something.
And this one that was owned by Charles and Diana was eventually sold. I got rid of
God knows what that was worth.
$525,000.
Yeah.
It just sold in July of 2025 for $525,000.
Well, and if there's actual
royalty
direct
ownership here,
to the royal family, then that's different.
That's a pretty good one, though. If you can find like the third whip that maybe
and if
got
you're
in rotation
the assistant
once.
prop guy on set, don't tell me you're not stealing one if there's multiple.
Oh, I'm snagging that in a heartbeat. Are you not slipping one into your duffel bag? It's a hell of a thing to do. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you can own. That's a lot of, $60,000 for a mechanic. What do you even do with a mechanical rhino? Where do you put that? I guess if you got that kind of money to spend, you got enough room for it.
Well, I would imagine you had a little property.
Do you use it? Do you climb in?
What else would you? You want like Samuel Jackson's wallet from Pulp Fiction? I'm talking about like random things, but are clearly identifiable.
Right. I'd go give me something random from Back to the Future. That'd be pretty cool.
The hoverboard?
I mean the hover because I think that.
Or do you want the?
Can I get the vest that he was wearing? That's random.
There's the vest.
The vest is solid.
Or
the puffy vest.
It was the stat or the sports results.
Yes, the almanac.
Yeah,
the sports almanac. That'd be pretty sweet. There's ironically every Christmas we watch Christmas Vacation is in the Rolodex of Christmas movies. How's it not? It's an all-time classic. He has Chevy Chase wears a flannel shirt. He wakes up one day and there's a green and white flannel shirt. And every year I watch it with my wife and I say, can you find that? I want that shirt.
Yeah.
I would buy that shirt because every time I see it, I'm like, that's a great looking flannel shirt. I like that color scheme.
There's no great looking flannel shirt, but I digress.
Anti-flannel. So $60,000 for a mechanical rhino. If you're my generation, you understand. You remember the scene well, where he's climbing out of the butt of the rhino, and
I'm sure there's Star Wars people, or if you had a Star Trek phaser.
Yeah. Oh, it's so many Star Trek things you could buy over the years.
Yeah.
Let's. How about this? We'll get to our Sweet 16 preview as a part of Breaking the Line.
Yes.
I got a couple things I'm going to gamble on this weekend. So we'll do that coming up next, and get into the matchups for tonight's games. And you got two games you can already gamble on for tomorrow if you want to. Two of the matchups in the Elite Eight are already set. So we'll go through all of that. And only 30 minutes left. So lots still to get to in the final half hour of the show. First, here's us with a update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, hey, we've mentioned here this week, we are all of a sudden a college baseball state. You've got two ranked teams in Oregon and Oregon State, and the University of Portland beat Oregon State and is off to an undefeated start. Everybody in action this week. Now, the Ducks are on the road.
Okay, where are we
They're
at?
down at UCSB.
Bring it on.
3-game series against the Gauchos starts today. You'll hear all three games on the weekend on 910.
Didn't we knock their ass out of the tournament last year or the year before? Didn't we beat them in a regional?
I think
I remember that. Yeah.
Oregon State at home down at Goss hosting the Mercer Bears.
Okay.
Those games will be on the CW, I believe.
Yeah, tonight's game is.
And the Pilots are home at Joe Etzel Field. If you haven't been out to Joe Etzel Field since they renovated it, it's a great little spot up on the bluff. They are hosting the Gales of St. Mary's, looking to stay undefeated. They have won 13 of their last 15.
Let's go. A lot of local kids on that team, too.
So go feel the ping and take in some college baseball this weekend.
Is that their phrase, feel the ping?
I don't know.
It should be. Did you just come up with that off the top of your head?
Hey, I've been in radio for a while. Feel the ping.
How is that not a college baseball slogan?
I don't know.
You just blew my mind with that.
There you go.
I want to feel the ping now. I'll go to, where I'm going to go tonight. Game 1, man. The WHL playoffs are here tonight. You can watch it on Victory Plus. Our beloved Portland Winterhawks are on the road in Everett. Who Everett? Get out of here,
Game
dude.
1's the easiest to steal, too.
Go snatch it.
Everett's
We've been playing
on a
they've been
2-month-long run. They're not ready for a single game.
For a month. They ain't ready. Hawks steal Game 1 tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop. Back at home next week for Games 3 and Game 4.
More college baseball and junior hockey stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the Fan 1080 AM.
A little spring in the line in the off season always makes you happy, makes you smile. Let me see what we got here real quick. Spring in the line brought to you by Swag, rocking a Speedo and fedora on the Italian coast this summer. Still less confusing and terrifying than Sprague's gambling logic.
Shout out the Hoggies.
Yeah, you gonna go Speedo? You're in Europe.
No.
Why not?
I'm not a Speedo guy.
If you go to a nude beach where you get nude,
Probably not.
no,
I'm very, very modest when it comes to that.
you don't want to flap it around.
No.
Okay.
Take your hands and put it down your pants, son.
Spring in the line brought to you by the LSU Athletic Department. Their strategy for paying all their buyouts and new contracts is just fade every bet that Sprague makes. So far, it's working great.
Take your hands and put it down your pants, son.
Spring in the line brought to you by Scott Barnes. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Got a couple that came in there. It's been fun reading through some of these. By the way, great point from a listener. You better run your ass to the trademark office and get on that Feel the Ping before Caleb Williams trademarks Feel the Ping.
That's right.
That's a great connection from an earlier
I
segment.
don't know. The problem there is with Ping Golf. They probably have a lot of trademarks.
Good point. I didn't think about that.
So,
a lot of people texting in Star Trek things. The Red Suite in Star Trek. I don't get that. I was not a Star Trek guy.
that I don't remember.
The Lebowski rug. Pretty good.
Yes.
Pretty good.
Yep.
The baseball from Sandlot. Now, which one are we going? Are we going the one that was chewed up by the dog? Or are we going the one signed by Babe Ruth? I
Gotta
guess
be
that's the
the
same
one,
ball.
yeah.
Or do you want the ball at the end of the movie that was signed by the 1927 Yankees? Was it actually signed by the 1927 Yankees?
I don't know.
I actually have a fun story about Sandlot. I went to college with a buddy who was from the LA area, and he lived in the same neighborhood as the guy who made the Sandlot. And he was a big deal, obviously, when he was a kid, because Sandlot came out, 94? And he's my age. He's 37. Yeah. And he said he had a baseball field in his backyard. Like, everybody knew who he was. And then you knew when he ran out of money because he made Sandlot 2. Aiden just says, you take a car from any movie. Duh. Good point. You get a car out of the deal. That's not bad. The mosquito and Amber from Jurassic Park. That's a good poll.
On the cane.
That's pretty cool.
That would be pretty cool.
I like that. That's pretty solid. Somebody said any of the fighter spacecraft from Star Wars they use in all the wide shots would be amazing. That's fun, man. Fun to think about that stuff.
Yeah, but a lot of those were like models and.
That's what I was saying. I think you're saying because I think they did small models to film, right?
The initial one, yeah.
Right. So you can buy the small model of the Millennium Falcon.
Look like an action figure.
Let's talk about affordable. That ain't affordable.
No,
that's going to cost you millions.
That's going to cost you boatloads.
Well, we got 4 games tonight and 2 games tomorrow. I want to say, Jason Swigart, I don't want to toot your own horn too much here. I believe, did you go 4 for 4 yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
We asked, you took Illinois, right? You liked Iowa, and then Purdue handled business, and Arizona blew out Arkansas.
Yes,
so
I did.
Swag's riding a heater. Who do we like tonight? St. John's, Duke, Alabama, Michigan, Michigan State, UConn, and Tennessee, Iowa.
Iowa State.
Or Iowa State, excuse me. Yeah.
I like Iowa State.
You like Iowa State tonight, okay?
Yes. If there's one that I feel like is a lock, those guys are playing at a different level right now.
Okay. Both Duke and Michigan, interestingly, bigger favorites than Iowa State is over Tennessee.
Yeah. I would be one. The tough part about Duke is it's going to be one of two things. It's going to be a total nail-biter down to the wire, or Duke's going to roll them because St. John's can't shoot. They can't make shots.
That seems like it could, be. They got to make it like the Illinois-Houston game last. Like, that's got to be ugly. They got to get physical and just low scoring.
Yeah. But I might be inclined to take the points.
6.5. Duke is a 6.5-point favorite in that one against St. John's tonight.
I think Duke will find a way to prevail in that.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to be extremely entertaining.
They got off. I don't know what the first half line would be, and you don't want to lean too much into trends, but they have been a really slow starting team. Siena obviously had them on the ropes for a while, and then who'd they beat in the round 2? Let me pull it up. They were it was a game, TCU, that's right.
Yeah.
They ended up pulling away, but the game was 38-34 at the half.
Yep.
They outscored them 43-24 in the second half. So they've been kind of a slow out of the gate.
They do that.
Let them hang around, and then they pile it on late.
Officiating will be key in that because Duke's a team that will get other teams into foul trouble. And so and if they shoot a ton of free throws down the stretch, then that's how they pull away.
Yeah,
a lot of times they get you into foul trouble, and there's nothing you can do.
We found out the weed kid from Alabama. He is out. He's listed
officially
as out. Will not play.
And I believe the school has also started an investigation into it, from the university, not from the athletic department. And I think if that's going on, I don't think he's allowed to be on the roster or something.
I would hope not. He was just arrested having a pound of weed.
Michigan,
8.5 over Alabama.
I got 9.5 at A-Lene. I think I'll lay it. I think Michigan's. Yeah, I don't think Alabama can hang with them.
Has the modern time made predicting the tournament easier? Like
no,
this
I think
run that
it's
we're
made
in
it
right
harder.
now? You think it's made it harder?
Yeah. I'm going to take Michigan State in 1.5.
Okay.
I know UConn's riding a heater and they got it all going on, but Michigan State he's got a team this year.
Yeah.
They're not going to fold. They're not going to go anywhere. UConn has runs here and there. But I think this is one of those Izzo groups that doesn't have a ton of necessarily household names.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that he usually finds a way to get to Final Four.
They're the most dangerous.
And Iowa State laying 4.5. That would be my biggest.
Your biggest bet of the day.
Yeah.
How would we like a Michigan State national title game?
That would be a lot of fun.
Would you like that? Same state involved, even though it's a rivalry in Big Ten?
I could totally get down with that.
Yeah. It's interesting. The rivalry stuff's always interesting because I know it still exists, but it's never quite the same in other sports other than football. Like Iowa, Nebraska had that last night. So just like those are pretty big stakes. A national championship, though, because North Carolina Duke's the outlier because they are basketball schools.
Yeah.
Where Michigan has always been relevant in basketball. Michigan State's been a great basketball program forever, obviously. But they're also sports. They care desperately about football as well. The only one that stood out to me as I was looking through the lines tonight, I didn't have a strong feel, but I'll take your word for it on Iowa State and Tennessee, was the Michigan State game as an underdog against UConn was the one that I even took UConn, I think, to win the game in my bracket. But just based on the way the two teams are playing, Michigan State feels like a machine right now. 8.5 is a big line for Michigan, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if they pull away late and beat Alabama, especially with the kid still out. He's not going to be in the lineup tonight. And this is
a game where Alabama needs scoring. They've got to have scoring, and you're missing your second leading scorer.
Yeah, it's funny to look at the over-unders, too, in these games. So, Bama, Michigan, I don't know what it is today, Lene, but on ESPN, 172.5 is the over-under.
That's what it is there.
And Duke and St. John's, it's 32 points fewer.
And it's the UConn-Michigan State game.
It's even lower.
136.
So is Tennessee and Iowa State. So they're expecting fireworks in Michigan, Alabama, and all the other games maybe more of a rock fight. So that's going on. Do we got to feel about the games tomorrow? So you got two matchups tomorrow all set. Iowa and Illinois. Illinois is a 6.5-point favorite from what I'm seeing. And then Arizona, same thing, 6.5-point favorite over Purdue tomorrow. I think Illinois seems like they're on a team of destiny run right now. Iowa's been a fun story. At some point, I think their clock's going to strike midnight.
I just wonder if Purdue can keep up scoring with Arizona.
Or can they slow it down to the point to limit it? Like, can they...
I don't think so.
Can they make Arizona play the way they want to play?
I don't think so.
Yeah. You got to have Arizona. That's it. I mean, it's a unique thing about the tournament, right? Like if you have one off shooting night, there goes your season.
Yeah.
So if Arizona has a bad night, that's an obvious statement.
But Arizona's got guys that can get to the bucket.
Yeah, they can score in different ways.
Do that. They do have a big man to try to go with. Clough, I think is his name.
Yes, I can't stand that guy. Purdue bigs are the worst.
Yeah.
I just get him out of here. I'm rooting for Arizona. It'd be fun. I got no beef with Tommy Lloyd. The conference pride thing isn't real anymore for me. So it's like, what the hell, dude? Of all the teams left, I don't think St. John's are going to win a national title, although Slick Rick getting one would be hilarious.
If they get by Duke, then...
Yeah, if they get by Duke, look out. And as we've said, Duke, every time they've won a national championship, they've beaten St. John's in the tournament. So if they win tonight, go ahead and put that ticket in, although I'm sure the odds aren't great right now. But outside of that, Arizona getting one would be fun. It'd be nice to get one out in this part of the country.
The bracket I filled out, I had Arizona I have Duke beating Arizona in the championship game.
Still alive. I had Arkansas in my Final Four. That's gone after last night. Thanks a lot, Calipari.
They can't play defense.
No, they can't. When you let a team shoot 60% from three, that usually means you're going to lose the game. I don't know a lot about basketball, but that I do know. 60% from three is going to probably cost you one. There you go. Sprague and Line. Fun to do. Look at the tournament games. Sweet 16 continues tonight. 4 games. And the first one is up. Duke and St. John's. 4:10 on CBS. It'll be right around the time I'm finishing my round of golf. Let's wrap it up on a Friday next on The Fan. There you go. Fist pumping your way into the weekend every single Friday. I didn't let vacation dirt take over. Vacation.
No, we had a lot to work through.
I battled. There was a lot of meat on the bone of today's show.
Yeah, it started. Yeah, Oregon State.
Dug through it all, baby. We dug through it all.
That.
I will close with a rant that I would like to close with.
Oh.
Well, not really. Actually, one. Did you see the Alec Bohm story?
Yeah, I was reading that.
Dude, horrible stuff, man.
And I'm like,
he's claiming his parents stole millions of dollars from him, and he let them handle his finances, and now he's digging through it. And he's like, "Where's all this money going?"
Yeah.
And they're claiming this never happened. They tried to freeze him out of accounts. Like, dude.
But they live in an RV traveling the country.
Shady stuff, dude. How do you get to that? Like, as a parent now, every time I see stories like that, I'm like, how could you possibly do that to your kid? No matter how bad a financial situation, you don't think he's going to take care of you?
Yeah,
he's a Major League Baseball player.
Yeah.
Like, just horrible stuff. Anyways, so the Houston Open's going on. Is that what are we calling it? Is the Houston Open?
It
we have an
is
actual phrase.
the Texas Children's Houston Open.
Okay, there you go. Couple of thoughts here. One,
first of all, love to see Gary Woodland win a tournament.
Thought number one, Gary Woodland had a brain tumor last year, had to have it surgically removed. He's been very open about Gary Woodland, by the way, major champion, won the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach years ago.
Yeah.
He's been a good golfer for a long time.
One of the most popular liked guys
Everybody
on the
loves
tour.
him, man. Go look up the story, too, of him realizing he had a brain tumor. Like, imagine being a professional golfer going through that. He started blurry vision and stumbled, like just the things that went wrong in his life, had to have surgery to remove it, fought all the way back. He's been very open about the PTSD that he's gone through of, like, I almost died. I thought I was going to die. Now I'm back. He's playing again. Super open. I think it's beneficial for a lot of people who are going through struggles. He was on fire yesterday to end his round. He's atop the leaderboard. He's playing right now.
He's 500 through 12 today.
So go root for Gary Woodland this weekend. And then thought number two is the idea of having a PGA Tour event in Houston is just dumb. First off, Houston doesn't really care about sports to begin with. Secondly, the Final Four is there, or not the Final Four, but the Sweet 16 Elite Eight is there right now.
Yeah.
And it will continue into tomorrow where they're playing another game, so they're distracted away from it. Every screen, I've been watching this for the last 2 days in the morning because there's nothing else. There is nobody there.
I know.
There's nobody. It looks like I'm watching a college, high school golf tournament.
Exactly.
There's like family and friends walking along the sideline, and you have some of the best players in the world playing in this tournament. It is laughable. There are so many markets that would kill in support to have a major tournament on the PGA Tour in their city. Get the hell out of Houston. There's the end of my rant. That's all I got. Get them out of there, man. Get them out of there. Should be fun, though. Lots going on this weekend. What a sports weekend we got.
A huge sports weekend.
It's kind of an underrated time of year. The tournament wrapping up slowly but surely, obviously.
Baseball kicks in.
Baseball's here to fill your
Saturday,
hole.
all 30 teams are scheduled to be in action.
For the first time. So Saturday is opening day. Is that what you're telling me?
There's only like 8 games.
Why is it?
I don't know.
My team's at least playing today. I'm hoping we get a win. Hey, you got a back-to-backs. Look at you guys. And then everybody plays tomorrow.
Mariners Mariners will try again.
Yeah, they got a shot tonight. We'll see how that works out for them. They lost their opener, but Donovan hits a bomb. So, yeah, I think you're okay with it, right? It's that's the beauty of baseball is that you get eager to watch your team. You give these, you get all fired, and then you realize there's 161
Cooper
of these
Flag's
to go.
in town.
Do you ever have the thought Cooper Flag's in town tonight. That'll be fun. It's always funny to me to think about. Like I had this with the Winterhawks, and I was doing a pod the other day after the show because they're getting ready to start their playoff run, and I'm like, man, the first one we did for the season preview was in September when we're like just getting into the meat and bones of football season. I always love thinking about that. If baseball is here, we'll be recapping the baseball season at the end of September, thinking about how long a ways that is. We've got a long ways to go, man.
And the funny thing is, it'll be here before you know it.
It'll fly right by.
It'll
fly right by. Well, I'm going to be out next week, so the Johnson family's taking a little vacation. We're going to Hawaii. It was a Christmas present to the wife that also, greatly benefits me.
Well, yeah.
I'd like to go to Hawaii as well.
All right.
And I'm excited, man. So I'll be out. We've got a little bit of a weird 2-week stretch here on the show. Sprague out last week. I'm out next week. We're both out on Monday, but there will be a show. Joe and Rashad will do a show
and
Monday.
Rashad are going to sit in, so we'll recap all of the regional finals.
There's going to be so much to talk about. Yeah.
We'll see if there's any more fallout from the Oregon State stuff going on. If we start to see a list of potential candidates being formed.
Yeah. See if we see some names
leaked,
trickle out.
Or if everybody's like, we have no idea.
Right.
Who knows? The Blazers have officially, everybody else is eliminated below them, so they are officially going to have a play-in game.
They're in.
So
we just don't know what seed they're going to be.
We don't know what seed they were going to be. We don't know if they'll be hosting something. So if they're the 8 seed, they would be on the road at the 7 seed. If they lose that, they would host versus whoever wins the 9-10 seed.
Right.
If they are the 9 seed, they would host the 9-10 game, and if they win, then they would play whoever loses the 7-8 seed game.
Are we going to celebrate the way Pat Beverly did?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Can I, by the way?
Well, it's hard to say with the players because none of them have been, other than Drew Holiday, have ever been in this position. Dame's not playing.
Has Jeremy Grant ever been in the playoffs before? Did we make the playoffs after we got him, or did we miss?
I don't remember if he was there with Dame.
Because he was in OKC and they sucked. And then he was in Detroit and they sucked. And they both got better after
I don't know
that.
if he got here the last year with Dame and CJ.
That'd be pretty wild. He's been in the league for a while. If he's never been in the playoffs before.
I can't remember.
I'll give you one thing that you can file away for next week if you want. Speaking of that, and you just reminded me of it because of the Pat Beverly comment that I made.
Yeah.
Of all the people who can comment about who or should not be in Hall of Fames, it's a very interesting conversation that we could have. If you want something in the notes to say for next, you see Patrick Beverly ranted on his podcast about how Damian Lillard's not a Hall of Famer.
Was not eligible yet.
I know, he's saying he won't be a Hall of Famer when his career is done, unless he wins a ring. That was his takeaway. And everybody's like, first off, Pat Beverly, who gave you the authority to talk about this?
It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. Everybody gets in.
He's a top 75 player in the history of the league.
Yeah.
If you want to get people fired up, you can play that audio. That was
now,
quite fun.
if the Basketball Hall of Fame, or if there wants to be an NBA Hall of Fame, and they start from scratch,
he's still in the Hall of Fame, is he not? He's one of the best players from his era. Championships, I get. I mean, you could use that against him. But
Barkley never won a title.
No,
Dominique Wilkins never won a title.
He's one of the greatest shooters in the history of the league. He's one of the most prolific scorers. What are we doing here? Anyways, I digress. So you can save that for next week if you would like. That will do it, though, folks. It's been a fun week, man. Thanks for riding with me, Swag. I know it's more on your load.
No, thank you.
So it's been fun getting through it, and I'm off to brighter pastures.
So who has the most stuff? You will have a bag.
Oh, I'm not gonna have squat. Yeah, the place.
But you're not taking much. You're taking short swim shirt.
That's all I need, man.
Flip flops, a couple of golf shirts in case you go somewhere semi-nice for a meal.
Right. In case I can convince her to let me sneak out for 9 holes at some point. You got to be prepared. You never know.
You might have one pair of sweats. I don't think so, but
something light sweats for an evening or an early morning walk.
That's all you're taking.
That's it. That's all I got.
Is she a multiple outfit person per day?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's going to take a lot
of
jumping on that suitcase to jam everything down to get in.
And then how many bags of stuff for Teddy Ballgame?
A lot of snacks. I think we're going to try and do the one massive suitcase thing and shove it all into one massive suitcase and then check it, which is always a roll of the dice. Don't lose that because then that throws off the whole vacation.
Make sure it's less than 50 pounds.
Is that a restriction now? They charge you more for that if it's over 50?
Yeah, the weight limit's 50. After that, you get dinged extra.
Those bastards. Give me my lay down
Depending
seat
on
now.
who you're flying on. I don't.
Well, wish us luck. We'll see how it goes flying. Gonna be fun though, and I'll be back right after or ahead of the national championship game.
You'll be
or after. I'll be the Tuesday. Yeah, I'll be the morning after.
The day after. Oh, so you're gone on the Monday.
I'm gone on the Monday. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you'll be back for that and Masters Week.
I did that on purpose.
I know you did.
I did that on purpose. Got to be back by the time that food delivery box gets here. Thanks for riding with us, everybody. It's been a fun week on the show. Enjoy all the sports this weekend and some sunshine today and tomorrow. Sprague will be back Tuesday. It is a Joe and Rashad edition on Monday, and I'll be back the Tuesday after that. Have a great weekend, everybody. The Firm of Harrison Meringue is next. Listen to 105.1 FM The Fan.